En ja, ik krijg een beetje kippenvel dat hij hier zit. Dus dat is alleen maar mooi. En dat ook hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit. Dus dat is alleen maar mooi. En dat ook hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit. Dus dat is alleen maar mooi. En dat ook
en je ziet Kelvin
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit. Dus dat is
die
alleen
zal
maar
misschien
mooi.
weer terugdenken aan zijn afgelopen jaren. Je ziet Kelvin
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit.
punten.
Dat is
Die zal
alleen
misschien
maar
weer terugdenken aan zijn afgelopen jaren. Je ziet Kelvin
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit.
punten.
Misschien
zal
wel
misschien
mooi.
weer terugdenken aan zijn afgelopen jaren. Je ziet Kelvin
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit.
punten.
Misschien wel mooi.
Terugdenken aan zijn afgelopen jaren.
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit.
punten.
Misschien wel mooi.
Terugdenken aan zijn afgelopen jaren.
hij zijn diploma zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit.
punten.
Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die hij zijn timeline zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die mooie wall of fame. hij zijn timeline zo mag optekenen dat hij hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die mooie ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die mooie ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw die hier zit. Wie weet wat dit allemaal voor een foto die ja, dat komt helemaal. hij zijn timeline zo nieuwbouw
ja, hun diploma hebben en wat hun te wachten staat.
Ja, neem
Ja,
er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn
staat.
dat ik dat zeg. Maar ja, ik weet in ieder geval. Het is
Ja.
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn. Zo goed dat ik dat
Soms
zeg.
eventjes de ontspanning
maar ik weet in ieder geval.
gewoon even te
Het is
accepteren.
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn. Zo goed dat ik dat
Soms
zeg.
eventjes de ontspanning
maar ik
houden.
weet in ieder geval.
Gewoon even te
Het is
accepteren.
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn. Zo goed dat ik dat
Soms
zeg.
eventjes de ontspanning
maar ik weet
houden.
in ieder geval.
En
Het is
uiteindelijk
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn. Zo goed dat ik dat
Soms
zeg.
eventjes
jezelf
de ontspanning
misschien
houden.
wel belangrijk vinden. En
Het is
uiteindelijk
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet blij mee zijn. Zo goed dat ik dat zeg.
jezelf misschien wezenlijk belangrijk vinden. En
Het is
uiteindelijk
goed. Er zullen menig ouders zullen niet
Ja, die mondzorg is ook gewoon super creatief. Naast de vele aantekeningen, die mondzorg, wiskundige berekeningen, natuurkundige berekeningen. Naast de vele te tekenen aantekeningen, die mondzorg, wiskundige berekeningen, natuurkundige berekeningen.
En die gaat een deur open, joh. En dan komt er een vent naar
aantekeningen,
buiten.
die mondzorg, wiskundige berekeningen.
ook wel zijn moment, hoor.
natuurkundige
Ja,
berekeningen.
Max
Naast de
deur
vele
open,
te
joh.
tekenen.
Max
Max
vent
druk
naar
aantekeningen,
buiten.
die mondzorg, wiskundige
pakt ook wel
berekeningen.
zijn moment, hoor.
natuurkundige
Ja,
berekeningen.
Max
Naast de
deur
vele
open, joh.
te tekenen. Max
Dan
druk
naar
aantekeningen,
buiten.
die mondzorg,
Ja, die
wiskundige
pakt ook wel zijn moment, hoor.
natuurkundige
Ja,
berekeningen.
Max
Naast de
deur
vele
open, joh. Auto,
druk aantekeningen, die mondzorg,
ja, die pakt ook wel zijn moment, hoor.
ja, Max
Auto,
deur open,
auto,
joh.
auto,
Ja, die spreekt ook wel. Met de HAVO. En dan kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Met de HAVO. En laat staan hoe je fiets op kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat duurt af en toe wat langer.
Met de HAVO. En laat staan hoe je fiets op kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat duurt af en toe wat langer.
Met de HAVO.
Misschien
laat staan hoe je fiets op kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat duurt al zijn motto is net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan
tijd.
hoe je fiets op kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat duurt al zijn motto is net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe
tijd.
je fiets op kan je dan auto's restaureren.
Ik weet net hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat duurt al zijn
Dat is ook
motto
echt
is
zo.
net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe
tijd.
je rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je
tijd.
rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Hoe ik hem moet starten.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je
tijd.
rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Dan wil ze stemmen.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je
tijd.
rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Dan wil ze stemmen.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Dan wil ze stemmen.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Dan wil ze stemmen.
Dat is ook echt zo.
Net op tijd, is ook op
Laat staan hoe je
tijd.
rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Maak je niet druk.
Dan wil ze stemmen.
Ja.
Dat is ook echt zo. Vanmiddag kort staan hoe je rustig kan je dan auto's restaureren. Straks nog wel de combinatie.
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet of dat Sjoerd Kalis tevreden is.
Straks nog wel de combinatie.
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet of dat Sjoerd Kalis tevreden is.
Straks nog wel de combinatie. Ja, en
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet of dat Sjoerd Kalis tevreden is.
Straks nog wel de combinatie. Ja, en is klaar.
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet of dat Sjoerd Kalis tevreden is.
Straks nog wel de combinatie. Ja, dat maakt hem niet klaar.
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet of dat Sjoerd Kalis tevreden is.
Straks nog wel de combinatie. Ja, dat maakt hem niet klaar.
Terwijl u thuis nog ziet
voor je hobby's. Zo geeft hij aan.
En
Hobby's.
wij zien hier van de commentaarpositie dat Sjoerd Kalis weer zijn positie in heeft genomen. En om niemand minder wij zien hier van de commentaarpositie van Doren Sjoerd Kalis weer zijn positie in heeft genomen. Vast te leggen. Om niemand minder wij zien hier van de commentaarpositie van Doren Sjoerd Kalis weer zijn positie in heeft vast te leggen. Om niemand minder wij zien hier van de commentaarpositie van Doren Sjoerd Kalis weer zijn positie in vast te leggen. Om niemand minder wij zien hier van de commentaarpositie van Doren Sjoerd Kalis weer zijn positie in vast te leggen. Om niemand minder wij zien hier van Lucas weer zijn positie vast te leggen. Om niemand minder Lucas weer zijn positie vast te leggen. Om niemand minder ringetjes aan Lucas weer zijn positie vast te leggen. Om niemand minder ringetjes aan de loper op. Ik denk die gaat nog eerst naar de stapperij om een drankje te nuttigen. Maar nee, Tristan vervolgens gaat nog eerst naar de stapperij om een drankje te nuttigen. Maar nee, Tristan vervolgens gaat nog eerst naar de stapperij om een drankje te nuttigen. En Tuur heeft heel wat hoogtepunten gehad tijdens zijn schoolperiode. Tuur heeft heel wat hoogtepunten eigen woorden spreken. En met mijn lengte heb ik hoogtepunten gehad op Tuur heeft heel wat hoogtepunten eigen woorden spreken. Met mijn lengte heb ik hoogtepunten gehad op Tuur heeft. Terwijl papa en mama en zuslief alle drie het fototoestel uit de zak toveren om van Tuur een hele mooie foto te maken. En ja hoor, en papa en mama denken, dit is een moment, daar willen wij echt bij zijn voor de eeuwigheid. Nu we er nog jong, fris en knap uitzien. Dus die gaan naast Tuur staan en die foto pakt niemand jullie meer af.
En de zuslief denkt ook van, ik wil hierbij, we zijn één familie.
Ja, en
dus met z'n allen op de foto.
En ja,
en meneer Smit ook.
Meneer Smit denkt, ja, maar dit is ook mijn moment.
En Teun, zie je hem? Is dit een groene kaart?
Dit is de groene kaart.
Nee, het is geen hockey.
Nee.
Dit is weer de handtekening van meneer Smit.
Ja, zo'n groene kaart en hockey, dat weet de vader van Tuur maar al te goed. Wat dat is, hè, de hockeysport, strategiebepaling. Ik ben benieuwd of dat er ook veel strategieoverleggen zijn geweest met Tuur, hoe die zijn diploma kon binnenhalen.
Ja, en je gaf het net al aan, hè? Ook weer een leerling die Rome als hoogtepunt geeft. Misschien voor mijn tijd, wanneer het straks zo mag, om een keertje toch een klein kijkje te nemen in het Rome, het oude Rome. En zoals je hoort, ook wij krijgen een applaus. Bedankt.
Ja, die gekke ouders af en toe ook. Maar zeker hele trotse ouders. Kijk, en hier ziet u ook weer iemand in de Oude Kerk. Ja, met een loopje en gelijk over de schouder kijken. Dat soort van mooie spontane foto's. En wilt u nu een spontaan berichtje sturen? Dat kan, hè? Via het WhatsApp-nummer wat voor u in beeld staat op 0625 580302. Inmiddels heeft meneer Smits zijn stoel verlaten. En zien we de aanwijzing van de fotograaf wat hij hier nu zegt.
Je moet iets met je handen doen of lekker laten ontspannen.
Laat ze maar ontspannen naast je lichaam. Nou, volgens mij doet ze dit heel erg goed.
Dat denk ik ook.
Ik doe het er niet na. En op het moment dat je denkt, hey, er valt even wat ruimte in het programma, hebben we het verkeerd. Want
ja, hier komt Damon Vermette, die komt hier aan. Echt sportieve jongen. Hij wilde vroeger graag professioneel voetballer worden, maar dat moet je ook gegund zijn. Hij heeft toch de keuze gemaakt om uiteindelijk Speco sportmarketing te gaan studeren in Fontes.
ja, bij Fontes in
Bij
Tilburg.
Fontes, inderdaad.
Stappig hoor, weet ik uit eigen ervaring.
Ja, dat is een bekende plek voor jou ook, Teun, of niet?
Ja, ik weet zelfs dat wij ooit nog samen richting die locatie zijn gegaan. Onze introductieweken samen op de fiets naar Tilburg.
En heel hard terugfietsen in het donker.
Heel hard
Ja,
terugfietsen.
Daar had ik laatst nog over.
Met een paar borrels. Dus dat staat wellicht deze...
Maar Teun, stop.
ook te
Het
wachten.
gaat niet om ons.
Guus.
Het gaat om Guus. Guus van Schijndel. Ja, een paar jaar geleden was het nog anders, maar kijk hem hier trots, zelfverzekerd lopen. Hij is er helemaal klaar voor. Super veel gegroeid.
Ja, en Guus is zo iemand die denkt, streep eronder, ik ben er klaar mee. Want Guus is helemaal klaar met school volgens mij. En wat u thuis niet ziet, hij wilde zelfs al verder doorlopen, waarmee hij bijna zijn diploma miste. En hij gaat zijn ondernemerskwaliteiten testen tijdens een tussenjaar. We zijn benieuwd welke producten hij ons via dropshipping gaat verkopen. Dus hier even wat reclame voor jou, Guus. Dropshipping van Guus.
En weer een hele mooie jurk. Want hier voor u ziet u Isa. Isa de Wit. Die had ook altijd wel haar woordje klaar. Super sociale meid. En met die kenmerken gaat ze straks ook een vervolgopleiding in. Ze gaat social work doen om te kijken dat ze met haar sociale capaciteiten straks in ieder geval door kan gaan. En dat ook andere mensen kan helpen. Ja. Ondertussen ziet u een andere docent. Meneer Tennenbroek is aangeschoven. Die legt ook even aan de andere meneer Vermette, Damon Vermette, die tegenover hem zit. Legt even uit wat hij moet doen, waar zijn handtekening geplaatst moet worden.
Chapeau, chapeau, zegt hij hier. Formidabel.
Ja, en dat doet hij natuurlijk allemaal voor de camera. Want moeder zit een hele mooie foto te maken.
Jesse, leg ons eens uit. Zo'n mentorschap, hè? Want het gaat om mentoren die aan tafel zitten.
Ja.
Hoe is dat? Ben je zelf ook mentor?
Ja, ik ben zelf ook mentor. Mentor van een HAVO2-klas. Maar je bent eigenlijk gewoon heel het jaar door het aanspreekpunt van de leerlingen. En ik denk zelf met aanspreekpunt dat gewoon, dat woord doet veel te kort aan wat de mentor eigenlijk is voor de leerlingen.
Mm-hmm.
Ze staan altijd klaar en zorgen in ieder geval dat leerlingen die soms door de bomen het bos niet meer zien, toch nog hun weg kunnen vinden.
Ja, en hier zien we de volgende. En kijk, ze is stralen, joh. Terwijl Patrick de instructies geeft. Lola van Gol. Ja, schud het er maar uit, hoor. Dansje hier, dansje daar. Links, rechts. Nou.
Ja, zij gaat straks horeca, onderneming, wil ze misschien gaan starten en management maatwerk traject gaat ze in.
Nou, als ze dan zo voor de ingang staat te dansen, dan denk ik dat de kroeg heel snel vol zit. Of het hotel of het restaurant.
Nou, ze wou eigenlijk dierenarts worden, maar dan zonder opereren. Maar ik kan me voorstellen dat dat een
raar fenomeen is. Ik moet nou denken aan een kroeg zonder tap.
Ja. Of een toiletjuffrouw zonder toilet.
Een piloot zonder vliegtuig.
Ja, en daar komt hij aan.
Elleboogbox.
Mustafa heeft zijn pak, weet ik uit betrouwbare bronnen, heeft hij afgelopen week gekocht. Heeft daar zijn tijd meegenomen.
En kijk ook goed naar de stropdas. Ik kon het net niet goed genoeg zien wat er nu echt op staat. Maar misschien als we hem hier voorbij zien lopen. Trotse docenten. Ja, hier, hij geeft nog even een box extra. Mustafa knikt.
En ook dat zelfverzekerd loopje. Je weet kom je dat over een aantal jaren wel tegen in de rechtbank. Want Mustafa die gaat aan de goede kant staan. Hij gaat HBO-rechten studeren.
Volgens mij zijn er nog heel veel andere stropdassen op de stropdas. Ik heb net goed gekeken wat voor dessin het is. En hij zou hier nooit staan als hij geen smartwatch had gehad. Terwijl we hier een brede glimlach zien van
Noelle. Ja, Noelle wilde ook danslerares worden. Maar hij heeft toch gekozen om uiteindelijk de richting van bestuurskunde op te gaan. Straks in Den Bosch.
En misschien gaat zij wel dansend door die opleiding. Want vroeger had ze de grote ambitie om danslerares te worden. En misschien kunnen we er straks nog wel verleiden om een klein dansje te doen voordat ze gaat zitten om haar diploma te tekenen. Ik zie haar hier lachen. De mensen in beeld zien de tekentafel. Dus ik verwacht dat Noelle misschien wel een klein dansje gaat doen. Terwijl wij hier enigszins
even door hoe dat je gegevens zie je bijvoorbeeld een datum, dat zie je bijvoorbeeld een datum, de dag, maand, jaarnotatie, de dag, maand, jaarnotatie, dat je daar een komma voor gebruikt, dat je daar een komma voor gebruikt om de komma te scheiden. Namen, gebruikbare adressen en dergelijke, gewoon de originele namen. Het spreekt eigenlijk voor zich, denk ik.
Ja, het is wel in ieder geval ook heel belangrijk. Het is wel in ieder geval ook heel belangrijk dat je in de Excel invult, want als je dat in de Excel invult, want als je dat niet doet, wordt het antwoord niet meegerekend. Dat is wel heel belangrijk om even te weten. En aan het eind van de avond, om 11:30, dan moeten de USB-stickjes worden ingeleverd bij Cafézaal de Gouden Leeuw. Zorg dat je daar op tijd bent, want ook daar op tijd bent, want ook daarin geldt, ben je niet op tijd, dan kunnen de antwoorden niet meegenomen worden. En dat zou zonde zijn. En dat zou zonde zijn.
Ik zie hier ook nog een pagina met allemaal gekleurde
ja, dit zijn de coupons voor de doe-opdrachten. Op het moment dat er doe-opdrachten zijn, dan moet je doe-opdracht meenemen en daarop meenemen en daarop schrijf je je teamnaam. Dan heb je ook nog een schema waarin je kunt zien waarin je kunt zien wanneer welke nu geldt dat alleen nog niet. Nu geldt dat alleen nog niet voor de eerste opdracht van een klein half uur. Maar hiervoor mag je in ieder geval om 7 uur bij even kijken het voormalige broederhuis, de voormalige broederhuis verzamelen. En hier moet je verzamelen. Je bad eentje meenemen. Dat is wel even heel belangrijk.
Ik hoor jou nu zeggen, inderdaad. Ik ging er in het script dan van uit dat we dus inderdaad iets later dit zouden uitzenden. Zijn we daarmee iets eerder? Zijn we daarmee iets eerder? Dus volgens mij is dat om 7 uur. Maar dat is allemaal in ieder geval. Dat is allemaal in ieder geval doorgegeven. Dus dat weten jullie allemaal. Daar moet je dus inderdaad de coupon. Daarvoor hoef je dus inderdaad de coupon.
Voor de rest wel. Voor de rest
zit ik hier dus. Nou zit ik in de map te bladeren. In de map te bladeren. En ik zie hier het DDD. Het is een heel verhaaltje over ons ook. Het is een heel verhaaltje over ons ook. Dat Alexander op locatie staat. Dat Alexander op locatie staat. Buntje en Jamie. Over Buntje en Jamie. Achter de knoppen. Achter de knoppen. Waar het ook op Langstraat te zien is. Waar het ook op Langstraat te zien is. En op Langstraat zijn op YouTube. Maar op Langstraat is ook dat we in 2 delen uitzenden. 2 delen uitzenden. We zijn 2 delen uitzenden.
Eerste deel.
We zijn nu dus met het eerste deel bezig. 8 uur. En straks het tweede deel 8 uur. In dat deel. In dat deel zitten de mediaopdrachten. De mediaopdrachten zijn uit mijn hoofd. Zijn uit mijn hoofd. Kijk op welke pagina staat opdracht 5. Maar dit is inderdaad opdracht 5.
5.4 zijn de mediaopdrachten. Die gaan we in het tweede deel toelichten. Dus het is ook belangrijk dat je die mee gaat kijken. Een kleine tip als je nou op YouTube mooi op pauze zetten en terug pauze zetten en terug als je dan even een vraag hebt gemist.
Inderdaad, en waar vind je hem op YouTube? Op het YouTube-kanaal. Hartstikke fijn. Zoek het gewoon even op. Zoek het gewoon even op. En je kunt natuurlijk kijken naar langs. En je kunt natuurlijk kijken waar jullie misschien nu ook wel naar zitten. Ik zie dus inderdaad op pagina
34 kijk.
Die komen dus in de tweede aflevering. Of in de tweede aflevering eigenlijk. Of het tweede deel van de uitzending. Daar zien jullie straks meer. Even kijken, dan blader ik nog heel even verder. Op pagina 10. Jullie hebben de map waarschijnlijk allemaal nog niet. Jullie hebben de map waarschijnlijk allemaal nog niet. Jullie zijn bezig met opdracht. Ik kijk heel eventjes naar de techniek. Ik zie ze allemaal nog druk bezig. Oké, ik hoor dat we nog wel beeld hebben, maar nog geen geluid.
Ja, dus dan gaan we nog even wachten.
Om dat te regelen. Maar ik heb hier dus wel een inleverblad. Nou, weet jij hoe die joker werkt?
Nee, want ik doe dus voor de eerste keer mee met het leg het me uit alsjeblieft. Dus leg het me uit alsjeblieft.
Wel alles ik heb hier een USB-kaartje waar jullie antwoorden fel op staat. Als jullie die inderdaad inleveren vanavond voor half 12 de Gouden Leeuw. Vul deze dan ook in. Ja, dan kun je in ieder geval de joker inzetten op een bepaalde categorie. Dat betekent natuurlijk verdubbeling punten van die categorie. Dus
belangrijk.
Zet hem dus belangrijk. Zet hem dus goed in. Als je dat niet doet, dan
is het toch jammer.
Ook zie ik hier nog op pagina 11. Ook een inleverblad. Let op, lever deze pagina.
Het staat ook op de bladen zelf.
Inderdaad, het staat inderdaad ook op.
Moet helemaal goed komen.
Nou, ik hoop het. Voor de rest hebben wij een hele leuke gevulde avond. Ik zal ze ook eventjes noemen. Dat is altijd categoriesponsoren. D2P Web, D2P en Rabobank. DJ-Tom en Rabobank. En die hebben een categorie gesponsord. Verder hebben we een vraagsponsoren. Dat zijn sponsoren. Dat zijn sponsoren die een vraag hebben gesponsord. Autoschade van Peer. Autoschade van Peer. Auto Carwash Center van Harenwijnen. Leo van Dierenshop. Leo Verriel, vanuit zijn huis, hapjesreclame, vanuit zijn huis, hapjesreclame, van den Bomen, Peter, Zonnewering, Peter, Zonnewering, Vakkerhuisje Stoomberg, Vakkerhuisje Stoomberg, Schijnelmakelaar en vriendsponsoren zijn Breas, en de vriendsponsoren zijn Breas, Karrewiel, Café, de Oude Sok, Karrewiel, Cafetaria Lef, de Cafetaria Lef, de Nieuwspunt.nl en Ogenblik Action en
Kijk, een hele lijst. Kijk, een hele lijst.
Ja, zeker. Ik denk, ik noem ze gelijk even op, dan hebben we wel allemaal voor jullie gehad. Dank jullie wel allemaal voor jullie.
Ja,
en daarbij zijn we natuurlijk ook heel blij. En daarbij zijn we natuurlijk ook heel blij dat we uit mogen zenden. Dat we uit mogen zenden. Ik zie een duimpje bij ons. Ik zie een duimpje bij ons. Ik dacht heel eventjes dat het over ons. Ik dacht heel eventjes dat het over ons ging. Sorry. Ja, ook wij zijn ook nog heel eventjes bezig met heel. Want ja, ook wij hebben hem bewerkt. Want ja, ook wij hebben hem
ontvangen. Ja. High classified. Want ja, high classified. Want ja, we hadden natuurlijk wel net iets eerder. Maar een tipje van de sluier. Een tipje van de sluier.
Ik weet niet, want we hebben natuurlijk ons. Ik weet niet of dat we daar iets aan hebben. Ik weet niet of dat we daar iets aan hebben. Want hier neem je bad eens mee. Een telefoon met een internetverbinding. Oké, dat is een geheime opdracht. Dat is een geheime opdracht. Dat is om uur in de kamer 9 uur. Dat is hier.
Kijk,
daar
dat is hier.
Kijk, daar zijn wij
dat is
nu
hier.
ook. En ik zie dat ze in zaal 7. Ik zie dat ze in zaal 7. Dat is daar. Op de tweede verdieping. Op de tweede dan moet er dus iemand naartoe. Dan moet er dus opgeladen smartphone met een opgeladen smartphone of een tablet met een internet. Nou, dat is sowieso handig om die alvast even bij elkaar. Voor de rest heb ik ook nog de joker. Voor de rest heb ik ook nog de joker. En dat is de bad. En die is dus inderdaad om 7 uur. Oftewel over 1 uurtje zie ik. Oftewel over 1 uurtje zie ik. Het park aan de Beneluxlaan bij de Dongen. Tegen het voormalig broederhuis. Tegen het voormalig broederhuis Glorieux. Voor de rest hebben we nog een jokeropdracht. Ja, joker. Deel 2.
Kijk, wauw.
En we staat er allemaal in.
Ja, en we hebben nu ook nog waarbij mensen iets in kunnen sturen. WhatsApp.
Ja, ook daarvoor moet ik heel even naar ons techniek kijken. Ik denk dat dat inderdaad helemaal goed komt. Belangrijk is om op zoek te gaan in je huis.
Een sprookjesboek.
En waarom een sprookjesboek?
Omdat daar.
Kunnen we dat? Ja, dat kunnen we niet zeggen.
Kunnen we het al wel zeggen? Of niet?
Nee, dat komt straks niet.
Nee, dat komt straks niet.
Maar eigenlijk is de opdracht nu voor jullie om een extra puntje te kunnen verdienen. Op zoek eigenlijk een
sprookjesboek. Ja, een sprookjesboek.
En ga ermee op de foto.
Ja, maak er wel een leuke foto van.
Daar kun je extra punten eventjes in jouw omgeving om daarmee op de foto en die mag je zo meteen via WhatsApp telefoonnummer. Dat blijf ik jullie nog heel even verschuldigd. Want de techniek is heel druk bezig. Sorry, ik kreeg in mijn oogje, ik kreeg informatie en ik was meteen even van mijn apparaat. Ik was meteen verboden op grond van, schrijf mee, artikel 138a uit het wetboek van strafrecht.
Zo, ja, je hebt echt even goed op Wikipedia zitten zoeken,
dat is heel grappig. Je zoekt namelijk gewoon op Wikipedia, 1 oktober, krijg je al die weetjes gewoon op een presenteerblaadje. Dat is hartstikke leuk.
En heb je dat ook bij Alfons geleerd?
Ja,
op Wikipedia als bron?
Ja. Dus met APA en zo. Nou, dat is een heel ander verhaal. Maar goed, in 1982 presenteerde Sony de allereerste CD-speler ter wereld.
Wauw, CD-speler. Die je vroeger
weet je nog wat een CD is?
Ja, zo...
Ja, wij zijn natuurlijk wel een andere... Nou ja, nee, we zijn wel. En niet te vergeten, de start van de eerste Nederlandse soapserie. En weet jij dan waar ik het over heb?
Ja, ik heb dus geen tv thuis. Dus ik heb geen idee. Ik kijk niet zoveel tv.
Nou.
Ja, je kijkt mij nu echt aan alsof ik heel raar ben.
Wat was de eerste soapserie van Nederland?
Dat weet ik dus niet.
Goede tijden, slechte tijden.
Ah, ja. Was het eerste jaar?
Ja, dat blijkt.
Oké.
Dus,
ja.
Ik lees
en Wikipedia heeft altijd gelijk natuurlijk.
Ja. Nou ja, goed. We zijn ondertussen al een aantal minuten onderweg. En ik weet niet of dat we al iets van verbinding hebben. Hebben we al wel iets van beeld misschien of zo? Misschien dat Alexander alvast even naar ons kan zwaaien.
Een sneak peek.
Ja, goed, dat
kijk,
lijkt me,
nou ben ik wel heel benieuwd.
Verstandig. Ja, even kijken. Oh, we zijn er bijna.
Ja, we zijn er bijna.
Ik denk dat we nog heel eventjes een liedje moeten gaan zingen.
Nou, kun jij een leuk liedje zingen?
Nee. Nou ja, nee. Moeten we echt niet gaan doen nu op tv.
Nee, dan kijken mensen sowieso de tweede helft niet natuurlijk.
Ja, of dan juist alleen de tweede helft natuurlijk. Dat kan natuurlijk
dat ze dan nu uit...
Dat ze nu afhaken en dan denken we, kijk straks wel, dan moeten we echt
kijken. Misschien kunnen we wel nog even het team voorstellen. Oh, kijk, ik hoor een seintje.
Ja, dat is grappig, want dat jij het seintje wel hoort en ik in mijn oortje niet. Maar goed, dat als je tegen mij wilt praten, Buntje, dan moet je even een knopje indrukken, alsjeblieft.
Kijk, dit gaat
Sorry, dit is echt een intern grapje.
Ja.
De techniek is druk bezig met...
Ja? Mag ik nou...
Oh, kijk, daar zien we. Kijk.
Zo,
ben ik in beeld?
Ja, zeker.
Ben ik te horen ook?
Zachter alsjeblieft. Ja, nee, jij niet hoor, Alexander.
Ah ja.
Ik vraag het hier aan de techniek.
Daar. Ja,
dankjewel. Oh. Hey Alexander, hoe is het?
Hey, ja, het was hier een drukte van je welste. Er waren zoveel mensen. En de ene deed heel snel en de andere niet zo heel snel. Maar we hebben in ieder geval iedereen met de opdracht tasjes naar huis zien gaan. Okay. We staan hier natuurlijk ook bij het schitterende Dongense Dorpsquiz logo.
Zeker.
En we hebben hier... Daar is de kerk.
Ja.
Dat is waar ze dus de opdracht hebben uitgevoerd. Wil je binnen zien wat er was?
Nou, ik ben heel benieuwd.
Ja, graag, leuk.
Nou, kom mee. Het kan zijn dat de camera af en toe zeg maar gaat hangen. Maar dat is dag organisatie. Hey Bart. Ja. Ook Bart doet weer mee. Ja, zag je het?
Hey, dit is wel een hele fijne televisie zo. Ja,
ja wel hè?
Ja.
Word je er al ziek van?
Nou ja, bijna. Ja, zeker.
Oké.
Hey, ik zie daar iemand op de fiets.
Ik zie wat mensen aankomen.
Op de fiets. Hey, dat is zo. Het is allemaal lid van de organisatie. Zie je aan de rode jassen.
Ja, oké.
En je kunt dan bijvoorbeeld vragen aan zo iemand met een rode jas. Hoe was zo'n beginspel?
Ja, dit was echt heel gein.
Ja, was echt.
Goed bedacht.
Ja, had jij het zelf bedacht ook?
Nee, ik ben vrijwillig.
Je bent
vrijwillig.
Oh, maar de mensen die bedacht hebben, die hebben betaald gekregen.
Ja.
Oké. Dat klinkt goed. Ik ga daar snel heen dan.
Ja.
Wat hebben ze precies mogen doen, Alexander?
Nou, zij hebben... Ik ga het aan deze meneer met die megafoon vragen.
Dat is altijd een goeie, want de meneer met de megafoon is altijd...
Ja, precies. Die heeft zoveel staan oreren al met een megafoon, dat je die rustig kunt vragen.
Die hebben al hard gewerkt.
Kijk, deze meneer met een megafoon, die weet dus perfect wat er nou net allemaal is gebeurd eigenlijk. Wat hebben ze net...
Heb je dat gemist?
Nee, tuurlijk niet.
Nee, tuurlijk doe ik dus. Dat was dus een mooie openingsopdracht om wat eentjes, dat dus deze keer de rode draad is in ons spel, om die dus met een luchtzak proberen in een band te krijgen.
Ja.
Dat was hilarisch.
Ik heb veel luchtzakken mee naar buiten zien gaan ook inderdaad.
Het lijkt alsof het allemaal heel simpel is. Het spel is daarentegen zo moeilijk.
Ja.
En zeker als iedereen ook door elkaar gaat lopen.
Ja.
Hè?
En waarom dan deze locatie?
Ja.
vanwege de luchtige kerk. Ja, nee, de lucht in de zwart.
Ja, zonder dak is altijd luchtig.
Dus gewoon, ja, dat is logisch eigenlijk.
Eigenlijk een hele leuke
plek. Je zegt, dus, de badeentjes, het is echt wel een thema door de hele avond. Zijn er dingen die we kunnen verwachten nou op korte termijn met eendjes? Of mag je daar niks over zeggen? Oh.
Om 7 uur is de pad in de
Ik wil zeggen,
in de dongen.
We horen de microfoon niet zo goed, dus die mag eigenlijk iets harder. Als dat,
Oké, ja. Dus
daar ga ik nou naartoe.
Een badeendenrace in de dongen.
Dus mensen die hier geweest zijn met het eendje, moeten het eendje ook weer meebrengen.
Ja?
Daar naartoe.
Ja?
Dan spelen ze ook voor de joker.
Ja, dus ze spelen voor de joker.
De joker plus.
Ja.
Ze doen mee met de badeendenrace.
En ze doen mee met de badeendenrace. Kun je binnen met de badeendenrace? Een nieuwe badeend?
Nee.
Oh.
Nee, je krijgt wel extra punten.
Ah, je krijgt wel extra punten.
En
ja, dat zijn.
De Fame and Glory.
Ja, en de Fame and Glory vrijvraag. Hey, wij gaan richting de badeendenrace dan. En ik wens jullie veel succes in de studio.
Ja, dankjewel. Hey, sowieso, misschien, ik weet eigenlijk niet wat jij verder, want jij gaat naar de badeendenrace, maar is dat die badeendenrace, even kijken hoor, dat is die van Jokeropdracht deel 1, toch?
Denk het wel.
Ja, die van 7 uur.
Ja, kijk.
Maar goed, dan zijn we natuurlijk al lang weg. Ik weet toevallig dat er verderop in de straat zit er ook nog een team. Nee, ja, eigenlijk achter jou. Die kant oplopen. Nee,
dat is de kerk in. Dat is wel een
nee, ik zou er langs aflopen.
Over de struiken.
Ja.
Over de struiken?
Nee, in de kerkstraat. Ik zou even kijken of dat daar aan de vlag hangt. Dan zijn we zo meteen denk ik bij jou terug.
Dat is goed.
Yes? Oké, hey, bedankt hè.
Yes. Ja.
Yes, bedankt.
Nou, dat was natuurlijk Alexander Gielen, onze reporter ter plaatse. En hij is samen met Malou Bink onderweg. En hij kan zomaar bij jullie thuis een keer aankloppen. Kan ook zomaar zijn van niet. Of jullie zien hem ergens onderweg misschien bij een opdracht.
Ja.
Even kijken. Als jij nou eens nog even mop gaat vertellen, ga ik heel eventjes doorlezen wat wij nog
vertellen. Oh jee. Ja, ik ben dus eigenlijk heel slecht in moppen vertellen.
Ja? Okay.
Maar, nou ja, wat ik daarnet al voorstelde, misschien wel kunnen doen, is ook een team even een beetje voorstellen.
Dat kan zeker. Ik weet niet of dat...
wij zijn niet alleen met... wij zijn niet alleen.
Nee,
en
zeker
Alexander is ook met iemand op pad, want er zijn natuurlijk ook mensen achter de camera.
Ja.
Ik denk dat we die straks kunnen laten zien, maar dat we nu wel alvast kunnen vertellen wie dat zijn.
Ik heb natuurlijk, wij, sorry, ja, ik heb helemaal niks. Wij zijn hier met Jamie Verduin. Die staat achter de knoppen, die schakelt voor jullie alle beelden voor. Kijk wat hij nou lekker aan het spelen is met de camera's, helemaal goed. Daarnaast zit Jeroen Verbund, ook wel bekend als Buntje. En ik heb natuurlijk ook nog Tim van Lang zitten, die ons gaat ondersteunen met alle andere technische dingetjes.
Ja, dus ik heb vooral gehoord dat hij met de foto's ook straks aan de slag gaat. Want ja, ik hoop dat als we de foto's binnenkrijgen, en ik weet niet of de eerste foto's al binnen zijn, maar dat we die straks ook kunnen laten zien. Dat lijkt me wel heel leuk. Als dat kan, ja.
Ik hoop het. Dus ik zal het nog even 1 keer herhalen. Want dat is wel heel belangrijk natuurlijk. Stuur jouw... Nee, wacht. Jij gaat de opdracht eventjes vertellen.
Ga ik de opdracht vertellen?
En ik heb hier het telefoonnummer.
Kijk, nou, dat moet helemaal goed komen. Want,
ik laat jou heel even alleen. Ik kom zo bij jou terug.
Dat is goed. Komt helemaal goed. Want we hebben dus de opdracht waarbij je een sprookjesboek thuis moet zoeken. En daarmee op de foto kan gaan. En het liefst natuurlijk met het team wat in ieder geval thuis is. Of op de locatie waar je de opdracht aan het maken bent. En als je die foto gemaakt hebt, kun je die sturen naar het volgende 06-nummer. Dat is 06 303 50284. En als je die naar ons toestuurt, stuur dan ook even je teamnummer met daar mee. Want dat is wel handig, want dan weten wij bij welk team je zit. En dan, dat is gewoon heel handig. En daarnaast, ze zijn nog steeds met de techniek in ieder geval heel druk bezig. Dus ik ga ondertussen gewoon even een beetje verder lullen, denk ik.
Lullen? Oh, ik zie dat we al een heleboel beelden hebben van... Ik weet alleen niet of dat dit goed is met schakelen.
Oh, kijk, we hebben een heel mooi beeld achter ons.
Ik vind dat Malou heel goed bomen kan filmen.
Ja, en ik vind ook wel dat je een mooi jasje hebt, want die zien we in ieder geval nu goed in beeld. Oh, kijk, nu zien we in beeld wat Malou aan het filmen ook is.
Sorry. Sorry. Jullie zien natuurlijk niet wat wij zien. Maar in ieder geval, Alexander is nu onderweg in de Kerkstraat. Ik weet niet, want... Nee, wij horen jou nog niet. Dus ik weet niet of je nog vieze dingen aan het vertellen bent. Maar sowieso heeft Alex... Ja, dat was wel in de uitzending. Maar in ieder geval, Alexander, heb jij nog een leuke mop?
Nou,
goeiedag.
Ja, oh,
Ja,
sorry,
die horen we wel heel goed.
Nee, ja, sorry. Buntje heeft hem
sorry.
nou in de studio uitgezet, dat is fijn.
Hey, nou ja, ik heb zeker een goede mop.
Ja?
Dat is namelijk huisnummer 36. Het is sowieso een nummer wat je beter kunt onthouden. En ik zie, of ik hoor, of dat de deur nou op slot ging of dat die open ging. Daar hangt een beetje tussen.
Ik zag net iemand naar buiten kijken. En ja,
Hallo.
De deur gaat wel open.
Hallo, er wordt open gedaan.
Dat is altijd
Mag
fijn.
ik even binnenkomen? Jullie zijn bezig met de Dongense Dorpsquiz, toch? Nou, gezellig.
Wat gezellig.
Hoi. Oh, kijk eens, hier zijn ze hard aan het werk. Dat ben ik. In vertraging, ideaal.
Ja, dat
Hoi,
is
hoi.
Het is een beetje Gaston,
Zo,
hè? Het lijkt toch...
Wie is het opperhoofd in dit huishouden? Staat hij daar?
Kijk, we zien
Het
hem
hoofd in het huishouden ook, ja.
Oké, ja.
Heeft niks met de quiz verder te maken.
Nou, hallo. Hallo. Mijn naam is Alexander,
Hey,
maar dat
die
heb je vast net al gezien. Ja.
Mijn naam is Bert.
En
Ik ben team, geen teamcaptain, maar ik hoor bij team Allegaartje.
een allegaartje.
Nummer één, hè?
En ik hoor net in mijn oortje dat u de vader bent van ook een ander bekende dongenaar. Ja, dat is?
Ja,
Bas Verbund.
Zeg Jeroen, dan ken je niemand.
Nee.
Als we zeggen Buntje.
Oh, Buntje. Ja.
Ja.
Die is van jou, hè, Buntje? Hey, en wie is er net naar de eerste opdracht geweest?
Dat is Michiel en thuis geweest.
En hoe is dat gegaan? Ja? Oh. Maar het is ook de afstand, hè?
We waren als eerste terug,
Ja?
want Michiel heeft familieweekend gehad en dan hebben ze die opdracht kunnen oefenen.
Oh, jij wist het al? Oh, heeft Buntje al dingen verklapt? Buntje?
Nee.
Oh.
Nee, die vertelt het niet.
Oké, dan is het goed. Wat is jullie strategie vanavond?
Nou,
Wel leuk dit drosten-effect trouwens.
ik hoop dat het allerbeste is.
Ja.
Sorry.
Maar we gewoon taken verdelen en iedereen zal druk aan het werk.
Ja.
Zoals je ziet. En we hebben nog maar een invoerkamer, een slaapkamer.
Een invoerkamer in de slaapkamer. Noemen ze dat tegenwoordig een invoerkamer in de slaapkamer? Oh ja. Nou ja, dat kan. Ja, precies. Ja. En ik zie dat jullie verder is niks, nee. Oké. En ik zie dat jullie een waslijn hebben opgehangen.
Ja.
En waarvoor is dat?
Dus ja, dat is eigenlijk een beetje geheim natuurlijk.
Ah, oké.
Maar dat helpt ons om alles gewoon.
Oké. Ja.
Alexander.
Hey, gaan jullie winnen?
Natuurlijk.
Jullie gaan winnen,
Ja.
oké. Nou, dan hoeven we...
Plaats nummer 1.
Plaats uiteraard. Ja, nou dan hoeven wij nergens meer heen. Kunnen we nou weer terug naar de studio?
Ja.
Hoor ik het?
Nou ja, ik denk het. Ik weet niet. Hoor je mij nog?
Ja? Ja, zeker.
Ik moet zeggen, ik vind het heel leuk drosten-effect ook dit. Je staat ook
wel,
boven
hè?
de televisie. Kijk, als je omdraait zie je jezelf nog 300 keer, zeg maar. Kijk, leuk.
Ik vond het ook wel leuk. Ja.
Ja. Oké, hey, dankjewel Alexander. Wij zijn weer terug in de studio en het beeld achter mij mag ook heel eventjes... ja, vind ik helemaal goed, dankjewel. Ja, wat moeten we allemaal nog doen? Ik heb mijn oortje weer een stuk zachter gezet, dus dit is heel onhandig. Maar goed. Nou, de meest belangrijke informatie hebben we jullie verteld in ieder geval. Hè. We hebben wat opdrachten uit het boek besproken. Helaas hebben we niet live kunnen kijken bij het ophalen van de boeken. Maar gelukkig is iedereen ondertussen wel op de speellocatie.
En aan de slag,
Ja. Kunnen ze in ieder geval inderdaad aan de slag. Nou ja, goed. We zijn nu toch, ik kijk op de klok inderdaad, en we zijn al zo'n 20 minuten bezig. Sowieso zag ik in verschillende media inderdaad dat ze schreven over onze uitzending. De ene schreef dat we tot 6:15 bezig waren, dan zijn we een beetje uitgelopen. De andere zei dat we tot 6:30 in de uitzending waren. Dan hebben we nog 10 minuten te gaan. En de andere zei dat we tot 6:15 doorgingen. Nou, dat kan ik vertellen, dat krijgen we niet meer voor elkaar. Zoveel stof heb ik niet meer. Dus sowieso denk ik dat wij langzaamaan maar eens de uitzending gaan afronden.
Ja, en dan willen we denk ik vooral iedereen heel veel succes wensen met de opdrachten. Ik ben heel erg benieuwd.
Laten we nog... Zou iedereen nou toch wel die... Want ik weet eigenlijk niet... Ik kijk heel even naar de techniek, maar zover zijn we volgens mij nog niet. Wij zitten klaar om jullie vragen of jullie foto's te ontvangen. Hè? Het foto van het team met het sprookjesboek. En daar zijn we heel benieuwd naar. Die komen straks ook weer in de uitzending terug. Nou ja, dat was dus 06-303-50284.
Ja, en ik bedenk me ook net, want we hebben net het hele team voorgesteld, maar we zijn nog één iemand vergeten. En dat is degene die Alexander filmt.
Ja.
Want wie is dat? Want ze staat ook nog niet in het boekje, want toen was niet bekend
Wie dat zou zijn.
Wie dat zou zijn. Dus zij is eigenlijk ook een beetje onze special guest.
Zeker. Nou ja, dat is Marlou Bink. Die hebben we nu nog niet gezien. Door de technische dingetjes zijn we daar nu
want
niet
zij staat achter de camera.
Daarom je kunt vaak op zijn knopje drukken en dan draait hij om. Dus met de kabels allemaal heel erg lastig. Een moeilijk verhaal. Maar we vragen straks in ieder geval... er wordt gewezen... Oh, hallo!
Hey, kijk! Je bent er ook superleuk!
Oh, ze is er al. Wat leuk.
Kijk.
Hey, Marlou. Ja, je kan natuurlijk niks zeggen. Heb je nog een microfoon of niet?
Ja.
Oh, zo. Ja, ik hoor je wel, maar ik zie je niet.
Alexander heeft in ieder geval een microfoon.
Als jullie denken, waarom kijken we daar? We hebben hier een tv staan. Dit is eventjes... hallo, Marlou.
Oh ja.
Hallo.
Hey. Vind je het leuk om zo een keer... doe je wel eens vaker mee?
Ja, hartstikke leuk.
Ja. Ja, jij bent onze special guest vanavond, dus wij komen vaker bij jou terug. Ja.
Hoe bevalt het tot nu toe, het filmen?
Ja, hartstikke leuk. Er
Oké.
zijn veel mensen die rennen, die haasten. Dus dat is helemaal geweldig.
Kijk, helemaal
fijn.
leuk. Ja, en ik zag net ook al de waslijn. En ik hoorde dat meerdere mensen doen.
Nou ja, ik weet
beroemde
ook bij ons
waslijn.
thuis,
Ja.
mijn ouders doen mee. En met een hele groep natuurlijk. En die hebben ook een waslijn inderdaad. En iedereen pakt er gewoon iets af wat ze willen gaan beantwoorden.
Ja, kijk,
en daarna
een
dan wordt
opdracht.
het allemaal weer gecentraliseerd. Dan moet het allemaal ingevuld worden in die Excel-sheets.
Het is gewoon een hele organisatie ook,
Het is
hè?
zeker
Niet
een
alleen
hele
om te organiseren.
Ja, maar
ook...
het is niet alleen de groep mensen, maar het is ook nog eens gewoon, ja, weet je, het ermee bezig zijn. Wie doet wat? Je hebt nog doelopdrachten waar je naartoe moet. Je hebt vragen die je gewoon moet weten, die je op kan zoeken. Wat gewoon dongens is, wat je gewoon ook moet weten. Ja, dus het kan alle kanten
flink
uit.
aan de slag, ja.
Dus het rest ons eigenlijk alleen nog maar om jullie daar heel veel succes bij te wensen. Wij gaan ondertussen ons even terugtrekken en kijken naar de foto's die jullie allemaal gaan insturen.
Ja, en dan zijn we straks weer bij jullie terug. En hoe laat zijn wij terug?
Wij zijn sorry, ik hoorde een buntje en ik stopte met praten. Maar in ieder geval, we hebben nog een video gekregen, hoor ik. Dus die gaan we nu, denk ik... Ja, of die gaan we straks bekijken, toch? Daarom, maar... Dit is heel handig. Ik krijg iets in mijn oor gefluisterd en uiteindelijk zegt hij... Ja, maar dat doen we nu niet, dat doen we straks. Dus dat is altijd fijn. Hele fijne organisatie. Nee.
Eigenlijk moeten we ook een camera de volgende keer hebben gewoon die kant opwijst.
Ja, ik denk dat we dan straks camera 3 pakken of camera 4.
Ja, ik vind het heel leuk om dit te zien. Ik zie allemaal handjes heen en weer
handjes,
gaan.
Handjes, bloemetjes, gordijn. Nou ja, goed, dat is een ander verhaal. Ik ga eventjes naar de organisatie zwaaien. Dag allemaal.
Oh, kijk,
Hallo.
daar is de organisatie.
Ja,
kijk, een
hi,
deel
hi.
van de organisatie.
Hey, zo, dan wordt hier gewoon eventjes dwars de uitzending geroepen. Dit is een raar. Hey, wij wensen jullie vanaf deze locatie heel veel succes met de quiz. Wij zijn om 8 uur bij jullie terug met het tweede deel van deze uitzending. Met daarin de 3 mediaopdrachten. En dan wil ik jullie voor nu succes wensen. En tot straks zeggen, denk ik.
Ja, tot straks. En bedankt voor het kijken. Ja,
inderdaad. En tot straks.
Yes, doeg!
Doei.
Hey, have you been on Twitter during the last weeks? Or were you on holidays like me? Because if you were on Twitter, there is zero chance that you weren't hit by somebody posting about Stable Diffusion. Just look at all of this. What is Stable Diffusion, you ask from your hammock? Well, Stable Diffusion is an open source alternative to DALL-E 2. So unlike DALL-E 2, which is hidden behind an API and a paywall, Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image generator like DALL-E, but has open sourced its code, then the weights for academic purposes, and as of very recently it has even released the model weights for everyone. Today we explain latent diffusion models, which is the algorithm that stands behind Stable Diffusion. And latent diffusion models, or short LDMs, are a special kind of the more general class of diffusion models, about which you may or may not have heard already. So if you're interested in how Stable Diffusion works, this might be just the right video for you. But before we dive into today's explanations, let's thank Assembly AI for sponsoring today's video. Do you know that feeling when you have hours and hours of audio data lying around and you want to transcribe it automatically? Yes, I do know that feeling, especially because I do not want to enter the captions manually for every video I do. But luckily, Assembly AI can help me transcribe my audio with state-of-the-art APIs for automatic speech recognition. And you can use their APIs too to automatically convert recorded audio. But wait, there is more. You can even transcribe in real time live audio streams into text, which can come in handy for conferences or other live streams. And believe me that Assembly AI's models do not stop there. It can even help you understand your audio data. For example, it can summarize the content and detect the topic of what is being said. Or it can automatically tag bad words if one happens to slip out. So what are you waiting for? Check out Assembly AI with the link in the description below. I, for example, used Assembly AI to transcribe my speech for this spot, and you can see in the subtitle how well it works. And think about it, I am quite a hard example for speech transcription with my Eastern European accent. Now back to the video. First, let's recap what diffusion models are. For more details about this, for example on classifier-free guidance, do check out our previous videos on this, but as far as our explanations of diffusion models in general go, this video has the technically most correct version because we cleared up a confusion that Miss Coffee Bean had this whole time. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and talk about diffusion models first. The diffusion process is where you diffuse more and more noise into your image. So you take an image and in T steps you gradually add more noise to it until at the last time step T the image is approximately just noise. Diffusion models go in the opposite direction of diffusion. So in other words, they learn to reverse the diffusion process. When we are trying to generate an image with a diffusion model, we follow each of these T steps and reduce the noise gradually, step by step. For this, we use the same neural network, so it's just one neural network, usually a UNet, to go from step T to step T-1. And here, for visualization purposes, we have chosen a step T to be a noisy dog and step T-1 to be a less noisy version of the dog. Short side note on UNets. A UNet is a convolution-based neural network that is downsampling an image into a lower dimensional representation and reconstructs it during upsampling. The downsampling and upsampling stacks of layers communicate through skip connections. And now, what is exactly the input to the neural network? It's an image at step T. And the neural network's output is the total noise that should be subtracted from the noisy version of the image at step T to reconstruct the original image. So the clear picture of the dog. Wait, let's untangle this a bit and recapitulate the whole diffusion thing from the beginning because it is an important detail that Miss Coffee Bean got wrong so far. Of course, I knew the correct version all the time. Unfortunately, the papers are not so clear about this point, and how it's done becomes clear from the code. The diffusion process is all about going from little noise to more noise. The backward diffusion process is the reverse, and this is what we do with the help of diffusion models. And the diffusion model itself, so this one UNet that we apply at each step, gets a noisy image at step T and predicts the whole noise that the image contains and not just the noise we need to subtract to get from T to T-1. It's just that we do not trust the model enough to just subtract this whole noise in one go, so at each step we extract just a fraction of the total noise from the image at time step T. Reasons for going step by step is that we break down a hard problem of generating an image from just noise into T steps, where each step can correct and improve upon the previous one, especially when the whole time we are trying to inject textual information when doing text-to-image generation. It's easier to inject textual information gradually than all at once. Okay, so this was basically an erratum to our previous videos, where we thought that at each step the model predicts only a fraction of the noise. But actually, the diffusion model predicts the total amount of noise, from which we then subtract only a fraction of it to give it afterwards yet another go at denoising. But now, how does the text come into play? It is injected into the whole process in two ways. First, as input to the diffusion model by concatenating the text representation coming from a language transformer to the image input. And second, through cross-attention, letting the UNet attention layers attend to the text tokens. Now, what about stable diffusion and how does this work? The idea behind stable diffusion was introduced in this CVPR paper called High Resolution Image Synthesis with Latent Diffusion Models from Heidelberg folk, who now moved to Munich. The authors proposed latent diffusion models, or short LDMs, to address a shortcoming of diffusion models. When trying to generate a large image, such as a 1024 by 1024 image, then the UNet in here would have to take in a 1024 by 1024 dimensional noise grid and produce an image out of it. As you can imagine, this can become really expensive for one step, and one has to do it t times, where t can be something like 150. What people did to circumvent this high dimensionality problem, as we have seen in the GLIDE paper for example, is that they actually trained their diffusion models on much smaller images like 256 times 256, and then have an extra neural network that learned to upsample and sharpen 256 times 256 to higher resolution, for example. And this is one way to do it. But LDMs take another approach. The core concept of LDMs is to surrender the idea of working in the image space and work on a latent space instead. You may think of it as of an autoencoder encompassing the diffusion model as follows. For diffusion models, we had the original image to which we then added more noise. But now we do not work with the image itself, but with a lower dimensional representation of it, because we take the image and run it through an encoder, which is basically a VQ GAN. This encoder also has a decoder to reconstruct the image. This encoder and decoder are trained together first to encode the image into a lower dimensional space and then reconstruct the image from it. Now, instead of applying noise onto the image for the diffusion step, we apply noise onto the lower dimensional representation of the data. And for the backward diffusion, the UNet works with this representation instead of the whole image. Since the image representation is lower dimensional, the UNet does not have a lot of heavy lifting to do. Even more, by compressing the image first through the encoder-decoder can take care of image details and let the diffusion model focus on the important things like image semantics. This makes LDMs much faster than usual diffusion models, so this enables us to run stable diffusion on laptop hardware instead of clusters or, OpenAI servers. We hope you see how clever but similar LDMs are to what previous work like GLIDE did. GLIDE took an image, downsampled it from, let's say, 1024 squared pixels to 256 resolution with a usual image downsampling algorithm, so it was staying in the image space. Then GLIDE ran diffusion and upsampled the result to get a higher resolution image. Now with LDMs, instead of a standard downsampling algorithm that produces low resolution images, the LDM encoder takes a high-resolution image and embeds it into a compressed code of its own that captures the semantics of the image, but in a space that does not look to us like the original image anymore. And the diffusion model can take it from there. As you can see from the paper, the author's initial work on LDMs was producing images of human faces and objects. This is because the model whose output we see in figure 1 was trained on human faces and objects. And you know what kind of data comes into the diffusion model, this is what they also produce. What makes Stable Diffusion so special and fit for art generation is that it was actually an LDM trained on a core dataset consisting of, we cite, Leon Aesthetics, a soon-to-be-released subset of Leon 5B. Layon Aesthetics was created with a new clip-based model that filtered Layon 5B based on how beautiful an image was, building on ratings from the alpha testers of Stable Diffusion. And this different training data makes it have its own style that is different from other text-to-image generators like DALL-E 2, Midjourney, or Imagine. So to sum up, what is now Stable Diffusion? It is basically the work that follows the Latent Diffusion Models paper, where authors of the paper teamed up with Stability AI and communities such as Eleuther AI and Layon. Now, with Stable Diffusion, we have an image generator tuned to produce art, as it was trained on beautiful images, which were often produced by human artists. It will be interesting to see what kind of new copyright law these AI generations will spawn. Some artists feel bad to see that an AI can now do something in seconds that took them hours to make. But other artists consider the AI to be a sort of a tool which still needs human input. And the human hours that go into the diffusion-based image generation is not a neglectable amount. Just think about the hours one can spend in tuning the text prompt and waiting for the right result to come out. Only to notice that the astronaut is riding the horse again when I actually wanted the horse riding the astronaut on the moon. If you're interested in using Stable Diffusion yourself, then check out the Diffusers library or any other helpful tutorials out there, because it's really amazing what the community has put out in such a short amount of time in terms of documentation and in terms of generations. Just look at this Twitter user bringing their 4-year-old's sketches to life. Wow, do you think this is creativity? We are so curious to know what you think about this, so we'll be watching the comment section closely. Miss Coffee Bean, now it's time to say goodbye. See you in the next video. Okay, bye.
Hello, these are generated images from a new model, actually a new class of model. It's been around for a while, but for the first time, this new class of model has been pushed to the point where the images they produce not only look really nice and look like something you've come to expect from the latest and greatest GAN models, but also they are better in the standard metrics we use to evaluate GANs, specifically here in the FID, the Freshe Inception Distance. So the paper we're going to talk about today is called Diffusion Models Beat GANs on Image Synthesis. It's by Prafulla Dhariwal and Alex Nicol of OpenAI. I mean, already in the title, they're pulling no punches. Just be like, this beats GANs. Okay. So in this paper, they're mainly talking about improvements to this new class of models, which they call diffusion models. Now, I would like to dive a bit more into what diffusion models are instead of just telling you what the improvements of this paper are, because I think most people haven't come in contact with these types of models yet. So they thoroughly reference another paper which is called Improved Denoising Diffusion Probabilistic Models by themselves. And in this paper, they more develop these new models than in the other paper. The paper here, as you can see, it's just like 3 months younger than the other paper. So this is really close. I think this paper is more insightful into what these models are. That being said, by the name improved right here, you can also see that this is not kind of the seminal paper of these types of models. So if you're interested in that, you have to go back even further. However, we're going to look at this, and we're going to look at the new paper and see what are all the things that lead to this new class of models being better than GANs. Specifically, we're going to talk about DDPMs, denoising diffusion probabilistic models, and they're a bit like a variational autoencoder, like a little bit. Yeah, but we'll go through that. All right, so if you feel that this was helpful, please do share it out. It's been a pleasure bringing this to a lot of people, and if you do, it will just be more people. We'll have more fun. Right. So they say that denoising diffusion probabilistic models, DDPMs, are a class of generative models which have recently been shown to produce excellent samples. Okay, and we show that with a few simple modifications, DDPMs can also achieve competitive log likelihoods while maintaining high sample quality. So in this paper, they take these models, these DDPM models, and they say, look, we can push those models to push their log likelihood. So there are a number of metrics that generative models track. It's not as easy as kind of the validation set accuracy in a classifier. Log likelihood is one of the metrics that these models track. And here they say, well, we can get competitive log likelihood while maintaining high sample quality, which is a nice way of saying we don't beat GANs yet, right? In the next paper then, you know, the one I showed you before, they actually do beat GANs on the standard metrics, and also the samples look quite impressive. So DDPMs have been around before, but they go into a quick overview right here, which is what I think is quite appropriate for us to dive in. So the philosophy here, or the whole purpose behind this is, they say, let's imagine I have an image, right? I have an image of, I don't know, my house right here. I have an image of a house. And I define a process, what they call a forward noising process. And this forward noising process takes the image and it just adds a little bit of noise to it, like epsilon noise that's sampled from some standard distribution, like a Gaussian, okay? So you just sample a bit of noise and you just add it to that image. So you have the same house, but there'll be a bit of noise on it, okay? And then you do it again, okay? So you sample another bit of noise, and, sorry, this comes from this distribution, and you do it again. And as you do this over many steps, and here they notice that the previous authors were using 1,000 steps, and if they just increase that to 4,000 steps, like the log likelihoods go better. In any case, you do this for many steps, thousands of steps in this first instance. You do this, what are you going to end up with? Well, the argument here is that if you do this for so many times, for so long, over so many steps, you're going to end up with random noise itself, right? So this is ish, according to some kind of normal distribution, okay? You just assume, right? And you can actually prove this, that if you do enough steps, like if you do infinitely many steps, and it goes actually towards just noise. So whenever you're done with this, there is like no more information about the original image than actually sampling from this distribution right here. So you've successfully defined a process that takes you from the image space, right? This here is from the data space. That takes you from the data space to a known distribution, which is the normal distribution. Now, here is the kind of the logic. If we could invert this, like if we just somehow could invert this mapping, right? If we could have a process that knows, if I give you an image with some noise, can you tell me what image that came from, right? Is that doable, right? And it's thinkable, right? If I give you like this image with some specks of noise on it, and I ask you, could you please give me, like, I tell you, I'm the oracle, I tell you, look, I've taken some image, right? That already had a bit of noise on it, but I've added more. Like, I've taken an image, I've added some noise. What was the original image that I don't tell you what the noise is, right? I just tell you the noise comes from whatever, a normal distribution, I've added it. what was the original image? Now, you looking at this image, you'll see, this could be a house. So not quite sure, but, this might be something like this might be the original image. And this here, I'm not really sure about if this is noise. So you're going to sort of revert that process a little bit, right? Knowing that this is how the image came to be. You, as a human, if I told you, you could approximately reverse that process. That, of course, requires you to know something about these images, right? It requires you to know what a house looks like, and when you see something like this, that, well, probably, because I don't tell you which ones are the noise and which ones aren't. So that's the trick, right? If I just told you, well, all the orange stuff is noise, right? But you just see this all in monocolor. But kind of, okay, so this here looks like it's from the image itself, but then this here is just kind of a speck, and that just kind of might just be noise, maybe not, right? But then this here, I'm pretty sure it's just noise and not part of the original image. So you could do that. And the question is, can we learn a function that does this reverse process? If we can do so, right? If we can learn a function, of course, that's going to be some kind of neural network-ish thing. If we can learn a function where I give you an image with noise, and I tell you, by the way, so this is maybe time step 0. Here, this is t equals 0, t equals 1, t equals 2, and so on. Well, you can't see that. If I tell you, okay, here is an image. This happened at t equals 50. Can you give me the t equals 49 image that this came from? All right, and this is the whole principle. We're going to, we can generate training data for this neural network very easily because we just take data and we run them through the noise process forward, right? Then we have plenty of training data for every step of this pipeline, right? In fact, we don't train a different phi function for every step. As you can see, the phi function simply takes the time or can take the time as an input. It's certainly possible otherwise. Or it's possible to not tell it at all, right? Then it has no clue. So yeah, if you do this, you can generate training data, and then the idea is you can just run this process in reverse and arrive at the original sample. And even more, because this here is actually the normal distribution, you can now sample random noise from that normal distribution, right? You can feed it to this process, and this process, who has learned to map the data distribution to the normal distribution and can reverse that process, will give you some sort of data distribution sample for your input that you sampled from the normal distribution. All right, this is the idea. And it's quite tricky to get this to work, as you can imagine. But let's not forget that GANs also have been quite tricky to get to work. It's just maybe there has been a bit more work going into GANs. All right, so formally, this goes as follows. We define this forward noising process, right, we sample this from the data distribution. We sample x0 from the data distribution. We define this forward noising process Q, okay, which produces x1 through xt. So capital T as the end here. And we, by adding Gaussian noise at time t with some variance, okay, so you can have it's zero mean Gaussian noise, I believe, maybe. Yeah, it's, well, you scale, but you define this variance schedule right here. That's also your choice, right? You choose what kind of noise you want to add. But ultimately, you take the distribution of the things you produce via that noising process, given that you start at the data sample x0, you simply define as this product of distributions. So you start with, this just means you start with x0, and then you go from x0 to x1, and then you go from x1 to x2, and so on, okay? And each of these steps is an independent application of noise. As you can see here, this is one of those steps. So what you're saying is that the distribution of the next sample right here is going to be a normal distribution that's going to be centered at this thing right here, and its variance is this thing right here. So you can see that the assumption here is you use noise that has a diagonal covariance matrix. Okay, this is, I guess it's reasonable. It certainly makes computing things easier, right? The other thing here is that you can see this Gaussian is centered at the last sample, but downscaled by this factor right here. And I think this is a choice again by the modelers, but I think this is also due to the fact that makes computation easier, because I guess if you don't have this, then you know, you start somewhere and you add noise and you sample something, you add noise, you sample something. Maybe this would grow indefinitely and you sort of need to rescale things such that you can make this statement right here. Given sufficiently large t and a well-behaved schedule of beta, the latent xt, so the very last step, is nearly an isotropic Gaussian distribution. Okay, that's the entire point. So if you do it like this, which is a choice, but if you do it like this, then at the end, if you do enough steps, infinitely many steps, then you end up at an isotropic Gaussian distribution. Thus, if we know the exact reverse distribution, we can sample from the Gaussian and run the process in reverse to get a sample from the data distribution. Then they say, however, since the reverse distribution depends on the entire data distribution, we approximate it using a neural network as follows. So this statement can be a bit weird in first instance. This depends on the entire data distribution, right? Because it's very close to this thing right here. And this thing right here depends on nothing, right? This you just define. You just say, I'm going to add random noise to something, and that's my next distribution. It only depends on the input image right here. The way to see it, that the reverse depends on the entire data distribution, is exactly what I said before. If I give you if I give you this picture, I'm not going to actually tell you, right, where the noise is. So I give you this picture, and I tell you this is a drawing from a very small child, because that's my drawing level. And I've just added a bunch of noise to it. Could you tell me what the original drawing was, right? This is very different from me saying, here is a drawing from a small child. Please add noise to it. That's easy. I just did this, right? I was just, oh God, I just did it. But if I tell you what was the original image, you have to take into account the entire world. Like, about how small children draw, what kind of motives they usually draw, and so on. And that's how you are able to come up by saying, well, it was probably something like this. So this needs your knowledge of the entire data distribution. That's why they say it right here. Okay, so they say, well, we can't just have the entire data distribution, otherwise, we wouldn't even have the problem in the first place. So what we can do is we can approximate one of these steps using a neural network. Okay, so we have a neural network that takes as an input, as I said, it takes as an input the noised version of the image, and it gives you as an output. It's a bit like this is. It gives you. I told you, give me the image that this came from. In this case, what they want is give me a distribution over images where that could have come from, right? And again, they say this, they model this as a Gaussian right here, and the neural network will produce the mean and the covariance matrix given the image. So the neural network is supposed to look at the image and decide, okay, what's the Gaussian distribution of images where that probably came from? And this is a strong assumption, right? The fact, for example, that this is a Gaussian distribution, like this is adequately modeled as a Gaussian distribution. It's a strong assumption that you can only make because you make these very small steps. Because nothing stops you from actually doing this in one step, right? Nothing stops you from taking, the data distribution, just adding like a wild bunch of noise, because then you're also approximately normally distributed. Maybe not, I don't know. You maybe end up at some other distribution. But I mean, certainly if you can do the reverse also. You can train a neural network to do it in one step. In fact, that's a little bit what GANs do, right? But if you want to do this in this sort of manner where you model all the distributions, notice this is a very different language than GANs. Here, it's all kind of in the distributional semantics. If you want to do this and you want to say, well, I model the reverse as a normal distribution, this is just not true if you took large enough steps, right? But if you take very tiny steps, you can adequately make sort of the argument that the normal distribution is kind of okay for this to work. And of course, it makes life easier after that. So they need the tiny steps, because in the tiny steps, they're able to sort of, the modeling assumptions hold. Also, I guess it works better. And then you can define the loss function right here. So they say the combination of Q and P is a variational autoencoder, and we can write the variational lower bound as follows. So I'm not sure if I've ever gone over variational autoencoders, but it's very similar to here. What you can do is you can define this variational lower bound, which essentially boils down to saying, I would like the distribution that I want to model and the thing I actually output to be close together, right? So this is the reverse process that my neural network does. And this is the thing that I actually would like to model, okay? And this is the thing that needs the entire data distribution. We're going to look at that in just a second. So yeah, there are some other terms here, but you can get around that. And the last term right here, like the last term, you just assume that's kind of a Gaussian. So really it comes down to, does the distribution that your neural network outputs match what it actually is? And here you can see the sort of proxy for, well, this needs the whole data distribution, is the following. If I tell you that this is the process by which I derive the data, right? And I ask you, what is the reverse distribution of one of these steps? You can't possibly compute that, right, accurately, because you don't know the data distribution. However, what you can do is, for this particular sample, you can compute it if I tell you that, this is the process by which I derived it, and also if I actually give you x0 right here. If I give you that, then you can calculate, and that's what they show here. You can actually calculate this distribution. You can say, what is the actual distribution I'd like to model? And that's going to be a normal distribution. It makes sense, right? In this case, like if this is the forward process, and I give you x0, if you already know the result, you can calculate the distribution. So that's what they derive right here. And that is dependent, of course, on your noise scale. which is like all over the place in these formulas. But you can calculate that, and this is a Gaussian, and they model the output of the neural network as a Gaussian, so these KL divergences just become really easy to calculate. And then you have a loss function. So now they say, how do we actually train this thing in practice? Because it turned out in the last papers that this thing right here, the actual variational lower bound, isn't too effective. I think that's what they're saying. So yeah, what the authors here say is they go back to a previous paper. They say the previous paper found that modeling the noise here is the best way to do it. So the question is, what exactly does the neural network do? Like, the neural network could do many things. It could actually just predict this mean parameter, which we've talked about, right? The neural network could simply give you an image and you tell me what's the most probable image where it comes from, or sort of the mean, and also give me the covariance. But also what you could do is you could just model the noise. That's a different thing. You could model the noise. And that's equivalent from a computational perspective, right? Or from a conceptual perspective. If I give you, again, this image, you can either tell me where it came from, or equivalently, you can tell me what's the noise that I've added, right? And you tell me what you've probably added this noise. Right? This is both the same from an information perspective. However, the authors previously noted that the modeling the noise is better just from a neural network training standpoint. In fact, they make a point here to define a new loss function that simply says, well, the noise that I output from the neural network should approximately match the actual noise that I've added, right? Because I know what noise I sampled in my forward noising process. And that works better. However, these authors here say, okay, this does not tell you anything about the covariance, because that only tells you something about the mean. And the old authors found that we don't actually need the covariance. We fix it, and that works a lot better, or equally well, to actually learning it. And the authors here say maybe they've missed something. Maybe they've missed the opportunity to learn the covariance. So this was a little bit of a rant, but to repeat, we define this noising process, and then we try to learn a neural network that reverts that noising process. In order to do so, we train a neural network to reverse each of the little steps that we do right here. And the way we do it is the neural network will predict the distribution of the predecessor. So given a noised image, the neural network will output the distribution modeled as a normal distribution over where that noisy image probably came from. And the previous authors have said, well, there are two things to model. There is the mean and the covariance. And we find, first of all, if we just fix the covariance, that's enough, right? We fix the covariance matrix to the noise scale that we know we applied, and good enough. We don't actually need to model the true covariance matrix, just from an empirical standpoint. And then when we model the mean, we don't model the mean directly. We actually model the noise, and which is equivalent, but it works better from a neural network standpoint. The authors now say, maybe you've missed an opportunity learning that covariance matrix, because it's one thing to say this is probably a Gaussian, right? it's another thing to say this is probably a Gaussian with completely isotropic covariance matrix. You would expect the second one is easier, but also it's more wrong. So that's what we go about here. So they say, can we improve the log likelihood right here? And the first topic they go into is learning this covariance matrix. And what they discover, I want to say, is that if you fix the covariance matrix right here, you have to know what scale to fix it at, which is dependent on the noise that you applied in the forward process, right? So you applied some noise, and you can calculate what the average covariance of the reverse step should be at that particular time step. And in fact, you can derive an upper and a lower bound. So if beta here is their schedule for noise, then these are the two bounds. So this is the actual beta you used in that step, the noise scale, and this is sort of an accumulated noise scale up until that step. These are the two bounds in which the noise can be, right? The noise level or the covariance. And the previous author said, well, we can use either one of them. It's actually fine. It doesn't matter. And these authors say, okay, look at this right here. This is the ratio between the two. So the ratio between the upper and the lower bound as a function of the diffusion step. Now, especially if you go to a large amount of step size, you see this immediately clamps at 1, right? So there is like almost no difference between the upper and the lower bound, which is probably why the other authors estimated it didn't matter. Now, these authors go further and they say, well, if you just try to learn like a number, neural networks are kind of bad at regression, right? So if you tell a neural network, learn me any number on the number string, whatever you call that in English, if learn me any number, like here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, like here's 500, any number whatsoever. But, however, the only actual right answers are going to be a tiny, tiny sliver between the ratio between them is going to be a tiny, tiny sliver somewhere in like 3 orders of magnitude down. The neural network's going to have trouble hitting these correctly. So the way they do it is they reparameterize how they predict the covariance matrix. In fact, what they come up with is they simply learn an interpolation parameter, V, right here, to interpolate between the upper and the lower bound. And that turns out to be quite a good decision, because now the neural network can predict a number, V, for each dimension, which is between 0 and 1, right? And neural networks can predict stuff between 0 and 1. They're pretty good at it. And the whole rest, the whole scale issue, will be taken care of by interpolating between the two valid bounds. So this is one thing. They're able to learn the covariance matrix now, and that boosts them a bit. And then they also look at the noising process right here, and they say, well, if you look at this, and this is something I find a bit shady, but they say if you look at this, and this top row is what is currently done with the noise schedule that is usually defined, it's just kind of noisy a bit too much, right? Like from here on out, there's just noise, right? Could we not schedule this a little bit such that the drop-off is more gradual? That might help a lot. And so they come up with a new schedule that does this. Now, this seems very subjective, right? You know, this is you as a human looking at it. They do some experiments here where they say, we measure the inception distance as we just leave away a fraction of the reverse diffusion process. So they wonder how many of these steps can we just leave away and still end up with something that's fine. Like, can we Can we just skip the first step of the reverse process and start here? Can we skip 5 steps and start here? It turns out in the linear schedule, you're just able to skip a lot more steps, which gives you an indication that those steps weren't really helpful, and it'd probably be better that you define a schedule where all of the steps are helpful. So that's what they come up with. You can see the linear schedule right here is dumping pretty fast, like it goes down pretty fast, while their new cosine schedule is much slower. Like these are now actual practical considerations that are just done by kind of looking, evaluating a bit empirically, and then going and saying, well, can't we do something better? Now, this something better, they admit that themselves, isn't by no means the best thing you can do. It's just something better. Like ultimately, you would want the same step in the noising process probably to contribute equally to the quality of the entire system. But that's what they do. The last thing is very similar. They say we reduce the gradient noise. So they observe if they use, they have now 2 loss functions, right? They have the original loss function where you simply look at the L2 distance between the noise and the predicted noise. Like no variational lower bound, yada, KL divergence. Who needs that crap, right? That's what they call the simple objective. Now, the simple objective doesn't contain the covariance. So what they would like to do is they would like to go back to the variational objective. And that's the blue line here. I know you can't really read it, but that's the blue line here. And you can see not only is it pretty noisy, it's also, well, okay, I guess it's pretty noisy, the loss curve. If they mix the variational objective together with the simple objective, they get a better loss curve. You see that right here. This is this hybrid loss. It's the orange loss. It's still noisy. Their new loss, which they call resampled loss, that's again the variational lower bound loss, but sampled in a different way, is the green line, which is much smoother and also lower. And that comes from this fact right here. If you look at not from this right here. Where is it? Okay, so what they say is, if you look at the process, like this noise process here, and you look at where the actual loss comes from, where does the majority of the loss contribution come from, they notice that the majority of the loss contribution comes from the first steps. So there is a real imbalance of how much these individual steps in the noising process differ from, like, contribute to the overall loss. And they say, well, if we just add all of them up equally, right? Because what do you need to do to train these neural networks? You need to start off with a clean image, then sample some step. You say, okay, I'm going to now train the t equals 205 network, right? So you add noise 205 times. You can do this in one go, by the way, but essentially you add noise 205 times. You get here, right? You add noise once more to here, and now you have your training sample right here. You can calculate the distribution you want to match by also including this one, as we discussed, and you're good, right? So this is one training sample. The next training sample is you select a different t and you produce another training sample, and so on. Now, if the first few steps are much more important than, the step at t equals 5,000, and you're just sampling t uniform, you will end up with, a correct, probably unbiased estimate of your loss. However, it will be super duper noisy. So they're saying, can't we just focus a bit on where the loss actually occurs? So they devise a scheme to do importance sampling. Okay. Notice that the different terms of the variational lower bound have greatly different magnitudes. In figure 2, which one's figure? Oh, figure 2. Oh, there we go. That was the plot. So here is the step in the noising process, and here is the loss term magnitude. And you can see that the first few steps, they have a really like a larger loss. This is a log scale right on the left than the last ones. So they devise an important sampling scheme to counter that. This is not specific, right, to this particular technique. You can use this anywhere where different samples have very different contributions to loss. You can choose to focus on the ones where the loss is high, and that will give you a biased estimate of your loss. However, it might decrease your variance by quite a bit. And that's what they end up with. They in this paper, they end up with something that's competitive but not better than the best GANs. However, it already looks pretty good. They also investigate model size, but I don't want to go into this. I actually want to jump quickly into this next paper, where they improve again on their models to make them actually better than GANs. And the improvements right here are much more, I don't know, I want to say boring, because it's like, okay, architecture improvements. So we're going through the same process that we've gone through with GANs, where it's like, well, here's a tweak, here's a tweak, here is an architecture, a better architecture, here's kind of a better loss function, regularizer, whatnot. And it's quite conceivable, right, that these models here come to the level of GANs. Now, whether they are actually, better than GANs, I think this remains to be seen, because, it also depends quite a bit on how much compute you put into this. And then you also have to see that here, you have to, when you want to sample a sample, you have to input the sample and then do this denoising process a bunch of times, like thousands of times, until you end up with the data sample. Now, they do have a kind of a trick going into another model class, where you only have to have, they say, 25 of these steps. So it's pretty cool, but still that's 25 forward passes through this neural network that predicts the denoising, where again is just like you sample once the latent, you ship it through the GAN, and you end up with a sample. And I'm actually wondering if GANs could take some sort of lesson from here. We'll look at this after we look at this right here, which is what I think is the kind of cool improvement that they do in the new paper, which is where they say classifier guidance. So they say if you use GANs for conditional image synthesis, so if you conditionally if you use a GAN to create images that are of a particular class, conditioned on a class label, they make heavy use of class label. Okay, so they say it makes sense to explore different ways to condition diffusion models on class labels. We already incorporate class information into normalization layers, so you have different normalization layers for different classes. Here we explore a different approach, exploiting a classifier to improve a diffusion generator. Okay. They say the kind of two previous works show one way to achieve this, wherein a pre-trained diffusion model can be conditioned using the gradients of a classifier. In particular, we can train a classifier on noisy images and then use the gradients to guide the diffusion sampling process towards an arbitrary class label. In this section, we first review two ways of deriving conditional sampling processes. We then describe how we use such classifiers in practice to improve sample quality. Okay. So the idea here is that if you have class labels together with your dataset, you can train a classifier on not only the dataset, but also noisy samples of that dataset, right? And then you can use that classifier in order to guide the process. So this is what we're dealing with right here. They say, well, instead of simply reverting the process, which would be this part right here. Like, instead of simply reverting the noise process, if I tell you what label that image is from, like what class that image is from, can you do a better job, right? So if I, in our original example, if I give you a noisy picture of a house and I tell you, well, by the way, this is a house, you're much more able to tell me what the original image was, or alternatively what the noise is that I've added to the image. So if you write this as a distribution, as we did so far, you can say if you want to predict the previous image from the next image and the class label, and you can pull this apart into these two components, which is the old component, like how likely is the previous image given the noisy version, times the I think they call this the prior, right? Yeah, they call this prior. You can see that if you just like kind of ship this out, it just swaps. Well, I don't know how to explain this properly, but I mean this is just probability manipulation. So if you have a probability product between whatever we had before and how likely is that is the class label under this. So this is sort of, you want an image that makes sense given the noisy image, but you also want an image that has a high probability of being of the class that you want to produce. Okay. And of course, this is exactly a classifier on the right, which you can use. So since our model of, so the question is, what are these two things, and can we sort of derive an easy form how we can work with this? So the first thing we've already seen, and we model this as a normal distribution, and if we know the mean and covariance of that thing, the log is simply this form. So you should recognize this as being just the form of the normal distribution. This here is the normalization constant. If you work in log space, that is added, and it is a constant. So if you're just interested in minimizing a function, you might as well leave it away. The second part is a bit more tricky, but you can say, well, this distribution right here, I can do a Taylor expansion around the predicted mean, right? Then a first order Taylor expansion, which becomes this. So this is, it's just kind of a vector form of the Taylor expansion if you've never seen it. So this is f of x 0 right here, and this is f of x1. This is the derivative at the point x0, how do I say it, is the derivative according to x at x0 times x minus x0 right here. It's the same thing, okay? So what you end up with is this form right here. And if you calculate this through, what you end up with is the entire distribution, so the product of the two things in log space looks like this. And therefore the distribution that you're looking at is a distribution. You're saying here somewhere is the image that is the noisy version. You ask your two models. You ask your first model, well, what's an image, or where does this likely come from? And that model tells you, well, it's probably from here, and the covariance is like so. Like I think that's where it came from when it was noised. And the other model simply shifts that towards, it says, well, but if you shift it a bit like this, and it actually comes from here, then it's much more likely under the classifier. Right? That's what you have. You have the predicted mean right here. That says where does it probably come from, given that I've added noise. And this part right here says, so the G is the gradient of the classifier with respect to the input. This says, well, but if I shift it like this a little bit, it becomes much more likely under the class. And given that you've already told me what the class label is, right, I'm just going to choose, I'm going to choose to shift over here. So this is what the classifier buys you. The classifier will tell you, without the classifier, I think it comes from here, but now that I know it comes from this class, I can refine my belief of where it came from. And that's how you become more accurate. Like if this is really the class it came from, you're going to be more accurate, right? Given that the assumptions of the Taylor expansion hold. Now, here, as you can see, we're really kind of getting close to the land of the GANs, okay? Now, if as soon as you have something like this, where you derive the gradient of a model, right, of a classifier model with respect to its input, and you use that gradient to sort of guide your search, that is, it's very close to a GAN. It's very close to models that do score matching. Actually, I'm very bad at explaining score matching, but it is exactly sort of this. You use the gradient of the log probability in order to model a distribution. And I wonder if GANs can't sort of take a bit of a lesson from here. Like, I wonder what happens if you don't have a GAN that just goes from noise to data, but again, like here, you have like little GANs, or the discriminators at intermediate steps, right, that do their discrimination. You can generate training data pretty easily. Again, by doing this reverse noising process, you can generate training data, and you just have like little discriminators that discriminate between true data that was actually noised and data that you just produced. And by you just produced, I don't know what, I'm just coming up with this right now. This is not a prepared thing, by the way. You could probably use your existing model to somehow forward propagate, and then you noise whatever that is, right? And then you have generated data and true data in all their noisy fashion, and you can do discriminator at each level. I'm not sure. Maybe it works. Maybe it won't. I'm just saying maybe there's a way to get sort of the best out of both worlds, because this here, like if this weren't a class label, but kind of a label of true and fake data, this would very much look like a GAN. And maybe we don't need all of this distribution, schmistribution. I guess it's a forever war between people who do formally corrector things and people who just throw everything out that doesn't contribute to the end quality. In any case, they also go into this DDIM models, which are a different class of models, very close here, but they say to this, and we use a score-based conditioning trick adapted from these other papers, which leverages the connection between diffusion models and score matching. So there is an actual formal connection, and you can use that to kind of, actually what I said right now, get rid of the noise in the system and directly directly predict the predecessors, and that will still end up at a formally correct thing. And that allows you, I think with this trick, they don't have to sample as much, or they only use 25 reverse steps instead of 4,000, which is important, right? And the last thing they discover like a hyperparameter. Like if you scale classifier gradients like this, you have to observe that the classifier gradients are in log scale. So technically, the way multiplication behaves with a log is it becomes an exponent right here. And that simply means that this distribution, also the normalization, that distribution is going to be more or less peaky, defined depending on that hyperparameter. And they notice that you can make it sort of more peaky, and then the sample quality becomes higher, right? I think a issue that the variational autoencoders had for a long time is that they were sort of blurry and so on. And this is a little bit, I think, how that might be fixed, though this is, the classifier gradients. So you want to make the classifier gradients more peaky, which means that you get a stronger signal from them, which apparently results in better things. So here, all the results you see whenever they say ADM, that's their model. They have several variations, namely this -G here is the classifier guided version, and whenever they say 25 steps, that is the version without the noise with the trick connection to score matching. Yep. So you can see in sort of the FID scores, they do beat Big GAN on these tasks. Yeah, maybe the GANs will one-up taking some tricks from here, or maybe it's quite possible that these models will go beyond GANs, because we've poured a lot of effort into GANs and not so much yet into these models, into the denoising models. And the samples look pretty good. So the left is GAN, and the middle here, it's a bit small, but the middle here is their model. And I have actually, I've gone through this entire ImageNet class. I've looked at every single image to try to find these images, and I can tell you that the images are not in the training or the validation data set. These are images from the actual data set. They're pretty close, but still, I always fear a little bit that, at some point a model is just going to learn to copy the data. All right, so that was it. I know this video is already too long. If you're still here, thank you. I hope you've enjoyed this, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. OpenAI has a 175 billion parameter model. You thought that was large? That's cute. Check out Google's 600 billion parameter model, 600 billion floating point numbers doing things at the same time. This has absolutely become a body part measuring competitions between companies. Google be like, oh, GPT-3, I spit on you and your little tiny 175 billion. Okay, let's stop kidding. This is a giant model that Google has trained right here. The paper we're going to look at today is called G-Shard, Scaling Giant Models with Conditional Computation and Automatic Sharding by Dmitry Lepikhin et al. Of Google. And this paper basically tells the story of how they built this 600 billion parameter model, how actually they attempted to build a model that had 1 trillion parameters, but just didn't manage to quite train it. And this is all using this system called G-Shard. So I haven't actually seen the code out for G-Shard yet, but I'm going to maybe assume that this is something that they're going to release at some point. Who knows? Or maybe I just haven't seen it yet. So this is basically describing a system on how to train these giant models. So if you have watched my video on GPT-3, which of course was this 175 billion parameter model of OpenAI, which already was record breaking, the paper was very much like, oh, we built a model and look at what things it can do. So that was the OpenAI paper. This paper here is like the complete opposite. It basically says, oh yeah, we do language model, but here is how we built the model, which is, equally cool. So OpenAI basically just made everything bigger, and here they say to make everything even bigger, you need some tricks in how to build models, and they've developed this entire framework to build these giant models, and this paper mainly describes that framework. And the actual task here, which is machine translation, is almost sort of a side thing in the paper. It's just a task to showcase what this system can do. So this is very much an engineering paper rather than that much than a machine learning paper. And that's how you have to look at it right here. That being said, the machine learning results are, of course, quite impressive. If you look at this graph, here you have a quality gain. So it's a difference in blue score, and this is a quality score for machine translation over the previous state of the art. So over their baseline, which, as you can see, here you have 37 billion weights, 150 billion weights, and 600 billion weights, which they only train. They train for, 2048 TPUs for just 4 days. They stress this is very efficient because they just have to train it for 4 days on 2000 TPUs. Absolutely crazy. So let's have a look at what this paper does. If you enjoy this, if you enjoyed this at the end, consider, sharing the video out if you like it. And tell me what you think about this stuff in the comments. All right. So we'll go through the abstract and then we'll go through highlighted sections of the paper because the paper is 23 pages long, so I won't be able to cover everything. Just kind of give you the high-level ideas and highlight a few things. Actually, let's not go into the abstract. Let's go into, these results first. So as you can see, they managed to continue the trend. The trend in NLP has always been, and at least since, transformers were invented, the bigger the better. Like larger model, larger data, more compute means better performance. And this is sort of unbroken here. As you can see, if you increase the number of parameters in these models, you do get a very, very big gain in these blur score, though it sort of seems to be kind of a logarithmic scaling. Like you have to keep doubling and doubling and doubling the number of weights, sort of like Moore's law in computation. You can see that at the same time the training wall time is going down, and the computational cost of these models, it doesn't scale quadratically like you would expect. It scales linearly. And that's the big difference here in how these authors scaled their model rather than how the OpenAI authors scaled their model. So in a traditional traditional transformer looks like this. So it has these blocks of attention. If you don't know what this is, I have a video called Attention is All You Need. I explain how the attention blocks in transformers work. So this is nothing different. These are just transformers, standard transformers. There is an encoder and a decoder. Everything works as you know. So you have these blocks. You have n blocks. These are the number of layers that you have. And in these blocks, you always have an attention layer and then a feed-forward layer that acts on the tokens. So without repeating too much what an attention mechanism does, basically you have input tokens. So this is a sequence. It's technically a set processing unit, but we use it for sequences of text. So here you have 6 tokens, a sentence of maybe 6 words, and then you transform it with the attention layer by having this attention mechanism that routes information from from positions to other positions. Maybe like this, route this here, route this here. And then you have a feed-forward network that is applied on a per token basis. So each of these tokens now goes through this feed-forward network and is kind of transformed. So the embedding of that token is transformed by that feed-forward network. Now every token does this, and it's always the same feed-forward network. So this network here is the same as this network. Now, usually when we talk about scaling transformers, we talk about this part right here. We talk about the attention mechanism, and also we talk about this part, the number of layers. So, we talk about scaling the number of transformer layers, more layers, more layers, more layers. And if we want to scale the attention mechanism, what that basically means is we increase the context size of the text we can input. So transformers are very limited by the size of this context right here that they can take. The like the original transformers started with something like 512 tokens that they were able to take because this attention mechanism has quadratic complexity. This went up, and the OpenAI GPT-3, I believe, had a context size of 2048 tokens, which if it scales quadratically, that's quite an achievement. And also it stacked the layers very, very deep. Now, in this paper, they scale the transformers differently. They basically leave the context size, and I believe their context size is 1024, so significantly smaller than the OpenAI context size. And they don't scale the layers. So their largest transformer is 36 layers, whereas I believe GPT-3 was, maybe correct me, but I think it was like 90 or 100 layers or something like this, at least significantly larger than this. Instead, what they scale is this part right here, the feed-forward layers. Now that might seem counterintuitive, but they basically say, what if we didn't only have one feed-forward network right here, but we had many? Right? We don't always have the same. We have many feed-forward networks, different ones, that can do different things. So that's what they call experts. Each one of these feed-forward layers is an expert. And then you have yet another routing mechanism, kind of like in attention. You have a routing mechanism that decides which tokens go where. Okay, so this token here, this token here, this token here. And the implication being that different tokens, different parts of the input you want to transform require a different kind of transformations here. And these different experts can sort of specialize in how they transform the input. Now their task here is going to be machine translation as a multitask setup. So what you'll have is you'll have all kinds of languages like French and German, and maybe like a lot of languages. I don't know any other languages. And you want to translate all of them to English, and you want to do it using the same model, right? So these experts here, they might specialize in, the individual languages. Like maybe you will have to handle a pronoun differently if it comes from German than if it comes from French. You want to do it with the same model at the same time. That means you maybe want to have the one expert specialize in German pronouns and one expert specialize in French pronouns. Also, you can think of the experts as maybe one specializes in question words. It doesn't matter which language they're from, and the other one specializes in some sort of other kind of linguistic feature. In any case, this number of experts here is, if you want to scale that up, then that becomes the bottleneck of the transformer. They go up to 2048 experts in parallel. So that doesn't fit into a single accelerator anymore. And that's why the entire system has to be sharded. And that's what they call G-shard. So G-shard, the main application here is going to be how can we build this giant model on many distributed computers where the attention mechanism isn't the problem. The attention mechanism we just distribute like we do data parallelism. The attention, it lives on all of the accelerators, it synchronizes and so on. But the experts here, so this expert lives on machine A, this expert lives on machine B, this expert lives on machine C, and then we do a hard routing. So we don't do a soft routing like in attention, we do a hard routing where one token goes to one or at maximum two experts. So this is sent to these machines, and then after the machines, you kind of gather all the results back right here. So G-shard is the system that enables this sharding of these experts and everything in between, everything that is necessary. But it can also be applied to shard any computation, and that's why it's so cool. So here you see what they do. They take these transformers, and they always consider a block of two transformer layers. So this is a block of two transformer layers. You can see there is twice the attention, and there's twice this feed forward. So in one point, this feed forward is just a regular, everything, all the tokens go through the same network. So that's like a classic transformer. But here you have a lot of these different experts, and the tokens are routed to these experts. It's important that the tokens are hard routed, right? If the tokens were soft routed, you don't gain anything, because every token has to go through every expert. But here the tokens are hard routed to the expert, which means that you can, if I have an input size of 1024 tokens, maybe only 10 go to this one, and maybe only 10 of those go to this one. Now you also have a batch size, of course. I haven't actually looked at what the batch size here is, but you usually have quite a large batch size in these things, like maybe a batch size of 1,000 as well. So ultimately, what you'll end up is, 1,000 times 10 tokens going to the first expert and so on. But still, you can significantly parallelize this computation. Okay? So this, if you use G-shard, this is going to result in the following in the thing on the right, where you have two machines. This is machine 1 and this is machine 2. You can see that the machines will... What happened here? Someone made a PowerPoint mistake. So you can see that the attention, everything is shared between the machines. So this here and this here, these are synchronized. The weights are synchronized, right? You simply do a data sharing. But here you can see that you have model parallelism. Model parallel mixture of experts, where on the first machine you have the first expert, and then you have E devices, and on the last one you have the last expert. And then it's all routed out and routed in again, and then you can continue your transformer. And this is layer after layer. So what's the problem here? The problem is that an operation like this is going to incur significant sort of overhead in terms of communication and so on if you were to do it naively. And it's going to be a real pain to program this. And that's why G-shard is made to do all of this automatically. And you don't incur much of a cost because you distribute. So what's the difference to the old scaling? Why don't they just make transformers larger in number of layers? And that's because this is, I guess, what OpenAI ran into as well. If you make transformers simply larger in number of layers, if you make transformers larger in the attention mechanism, it just won't fit into memory at some point, and you'll have to shard that somehow. And you can do this with G-shard. If you scale it in number of layers, that incurs significant cost where you have to wait, because you have to forward propagate and then you have to backward propagate in your training sequence. And if you have just too many layers, then a lot of the frameworks get at their limit, where at some point they say, well, I still have to wait for the signal to come back in order to continue. And they explore this in this benchmark right here. You can see they say the largest model, the 600 billion parameter model that achieved the best translation quality, was trained with 2000 TPU v3 cores for 3 days, a total cost of 22 TPU core years. In contrast, training all 100 bilingual baseline models would have required 29 core years. So the model here is faster than if you train them individually, but if you want to train a single transformer that is just very deep and achieves reasonable performance, you have to invest a lot more. Our best quality dense single transformer model, 2.3 billion parameters, so it's also significantly smaller. Achieving this was trained with gpipe, which is a previous framework. So gpipe is kind of a task runner that also distributes computation. Was trained with gpipe on 2048 TPU cores for 6 weeks, or a total of 235 TPU core years. By the way, for if you have $1 per TPU hour, that'll only I guess set you back about 2 million or so, easy peasy, or even 200,000. Just tiny bit of money. But you can see that this transformer model that is dense, which means that is a classic transformer where you stack the transformer layers, you stack them, you stack them, you stack them. In fact, it has 96 layers, their baseline. 96 layer transformer model. That's sort of what OpenAI did. They just kept stacking the transformer layers. You get a model that has less parameters and trains for much longer, and its performance is only about this good. Whereas here, if you scale not into depth, but into width of these experts, and it's not dense, but it's sharded, which means it calculates this in a kind of sparsified way because it has this hard routing, you can scale up to a lot more parameters. So 600 billion parameters, over 200 times more parameters than the deep model, and you can get a much better performance. Okay, so this is what is different here. It scales into these experts rather than scaling into depth or size of the attention mechanism itself. All right, the question, I guess, that you come up with if you're a machine learner is how do you backpropagate? If here you route to these different experts and you do a hard routing like here, how do you backpropagate the signal? Because it seems like you need a soft routing, but this has been handled. In fact, this mixture of experts has been introduced previously in a paper, I think, called Outrageously Large Language Models or something like this. So they've introduced that, it still works. So backprop still works through. So basically you have a backprop path through here. And because you put a little bit of noise in this routing, every path gets explored a few times, and therefore you have enough backprop signal to make it work. It could technically fail, but they do observe generally that it does work if you do this kind of hard routing with a bit of noise. All right, so where do we go from here? As I said, this is an engineering paper, and it's a long engineering paper. So they set up their they set up a lot of the details of engineering directly in the paper, which we're not used to in the machine learning world. They really detail how they shard things and so on, which is pretty cool. But I invite you to look at the paper yourself if you really want to know what's going on right here. Suffice to say, as you can see right here, what they do is, this is the input right here. And then they have this weight matrix, which is this is learned routing weights, okay? So you have trainable weights that decide how to route the input, and that's dependent on the input. So you have a bunch of inputs that comes from the lower layer, and this matrix right here determines where to route them. Basically says, okay, the input is a vector like this. I know that must probably go to the expert number 3. Okay, and you have a softmax across that. So it's a soft assignment to the experts. So once you've done the soft assignment to the expert, you do a hard assignment by collecting the top 2. For each token, you say you collect the top 2 experts, and you only send it to the top 2 experts, and you ignore all else, which is not a lot, right? At times there are 2,000 experts in this system. And yeah, you distribute and you have some noise. So with a random probability, you actually don't even send it to the second expert. You just leave it at the first one. And with some noise, you send it also to the second one. And I think that noise is part of what makes the system work a bit. And then you also have this auxiliary loss right here that you add on top, which just makes sure that you distribute evenly. So this encourages the system to distribute the tokens evenly. Because, what it penalizes is this here is the mean assignment to each expert. So it penalizes whenever the mean assignment is out of line, basically. So a distribution assignment to the expert where one expert gets a lot of tokens because, I don't know, it happens to be really good at something, so all the tokens are routed to it, and the other expert don't get a lot, that's penalized. So you encourage the system to distribute tokens evenly between those experts. And then there are also like upper limits where you drop tokens and so on. They really build a system that is out for performance rather than machine learning correctness. So they demonstrate how to do this in sort of code with their system. And the cool thing about their system is that you don't have to do much. What you'll have to do is just specify which tensors are sharded along which dimensions, and the system does the rest. So this is pretty cool. So this here is this mixture of experts as you would write it in code. And they make use a lot of this Einstein sum notation. If you don't know what the Einstein sum notation is, it's a general notation to describe matrix or tensor multiplications. So for example, if you were to multiply two matrices, you could have a string there. You describe it as a string, and it comes from how Einstein wrote up the kind of tensor contractions in his work. So if you want to multiply two matrices, you could put the string A, B, B, C goes to A, C. So this, and then you put two matrices right here. This would tell it, okay, I have one matrix, I'm going to call the axis A and B. I have another matrix or tensor where I'm going to call the axis B and C. Now I have the resulting tensor, and I want the first axis to be A, and the A is this one. And I want the last axis to be C, and the C is this one. And B is nowhere. B is not in the output, which means it should contract over B. So it should sum along B, it should multiply along B and then add. So it should contract over B. So this here describes a regular matrix multiplication. Now, if I could do something else. I could do something like just a element-wise product. An element-wise product would be something like this. AB, comma, AB goes to AB. Which means here I have A in the first input, and here I have A again. And so you already see that you can, even though these are different tensors, you can call the axis the same, which means that they're going to somehow be multiplied together. Now, if you leave it away here, it means that it's going to be contracted, and therefore the axis no longer exists. But here we don't leave it away, which simply means that these axes are going to be multiplied together. And the same for B right here. So this describes an element-wise product. You can go really funky with this. So this here would be a row-wise dot product, where A is for all the A's, it's element-wise, but then over B, it's contracted. So, you can go wild with the Einstein sum notation. You can describe a lot of things with it. So here is this algorithm to distribute the computation among these different experts. So you have the inputs and the weight matrix for they call this the gates function. That's the routing function to these experts. So what do? First of all, we have these tensors. They have this grouping dimension right here. So they come along groups, which in our case we could maybe say these are batches, or the batch dimension. So they come across groups, and there is the sequence length, and there is this M right here. That's going to be the feature dimension, the M. And you can see the M is contracted. So the M is no longer here. So the gating function is going to route each input token right here to one of the experts for each thing in the group. So you can see you can express this with an Einstein sum notation. Then you have a top 2 gating, which selects the top 2 from each of the from each of the entries. And that gives you this dispatch mask and the weights that you have to use at the end to combine. You can use the dispatch mask in order to distribute the inputs. So you have reshaped inputs and so on. So I'm not going to go through all of this right here, but you can express all of this in terms of the Einstein sum notation. And you can express pretty much any sort of tension mechanism and so on. You can express the forward layers in terms of these Einstein sum notations. And the underlying,
hallo allemaal.
Dimensions here are the dimensions where we want to shard the computation. So here, because we have these
Ik sta hier met en samen met
that means that we are interested in sharding the computation along this axis. So this, I said, this is the batch dimension. This is your classic data parallelism. Which means that the first machine gets the first couple of data points, the second machine gets the second couple of data points, and so on. And you can see in the weight matrix, there is no sharding, which means that the weight matrix lives on every machine as a copy of one another. This is different from here, where you can see that what we're now going to do is here it's still sharded according to the batch, but we now are going to shard this according to the different experts. So we're going to route whatever the inputs are to these experts.
Ja, een aantal maanden geleden is natuurlijk de inschrijving geweest. En bij die inschrijving, dat was bij het museum wat hij heeft.
Ja, zeker.
And at the end, right here, you can see this is still sharded according to the experts. We're going to put it back together, and now it's sharded according to the groups again.
En ik ben eigenlijk wel heel benieuwd hoe die inschrijving is gegaan, want blijkbaar zijn daar dus ook beelden van.
The inputs.
dankzij Rinus en Adriaan.
The inputs are maybe distributed according to machines, right? We have these go through the first machine, these the second, these the third, and so on. This is the classic data parallelism. But then we have all of these experts. And now all of a sudden we're going to route these things to the individual experts. And we're going to execute the computations in parallel on the experts. And then after that, we're going to put them back together from wherever we got them. This goes here again, and so this is just the reverse of what we did before.
Ben benieuwd hoe dit gaat worden.
Like that. So we get all the outputs again. I hope you kind of can imagine how this happens. So the first difference is that's sharded according to a different dimension, and the second difference is that when we shard in data parallelism, we execute the same computation on all the machines, which means that we have the same weight matrix. If we do x times w in a forward layer, and we shard this thing here, data parallelism, what we do is...
best pittig is.
Ja. En hoeveel mensen heb je hier hier?
We zijn met 9 man.
Oh, mooi ploegje.
En
waar gaan jullie zitten?
Milieustraat Koolhof.
De Koolhof.
But we always multiply it with the same weight matrix. The weight matrix lives on all of the machines and is regularly synchronized. It's kept synchronous in some way. Whereas if we shard X to the experts, then the experts have individual functions. So the expert 1 is different from the expert 2, is different from the expert 3, and so on. Which means that before it wasn't important where X was routed, because we would execute the same computation. So we can just you know, sharded according to, you know, the first 10 go there, the next 10 go there. But here it's now crucially important where they are routed to which expert. And that's why we learn the function that is going to route them.
Oké, en verwacht dat het weer een succes wordt dit jaar?
First line here, these are the ways that we learn to route. Then we route right here, and we calculate we calculate the feed-forward layers on the expert. You see that this WI and WO, they are the weight matrices of feed-forward layers. Feed-forward layers are
sowieso.
your input. You
even kijken of mijn oude bronnen er nog tussen staan.
En stond hier tussen? En wat was dat dan?
And then you multiply it by WO. So it's kind of a two-layer feed-forward network. So this two-layer feed-forward network, as you can see, this is sharded according to the experts.
Nou, of alles brommers zijn of motors, dus we moeten weten hoeveel brommers er langslopen.
And the important part is, of course, that here the weight is also sharded according to the experts, and that's what makes each expert different. And then it's combined again.
De belangrijke vraag.
So I hope you kind of get the idea of what this algorithm does, and the fact that we shard according to this expert is in fact different than your regular sharding, where you shard the data like the batch. De batches,
zelfs wij niet eens konden onthouden.
Zelfs de vraag is al geheim.
Ja, alleen de voorzitter weet het.
With their system right now, this is how easy this is. So before, we simply stated our algorithm in Einstein sum notation. There's no way to underline code and that magically happened, something that was simply for us to visualize. Now we want to apply their system in order to make this actually sharded. And with the G-shard system, and as I said, I don't know if the code is out or it will be out, but with the G-shard system, this is basically all that you have to do. So you have these functions, they're called split and replicate. What replicate does is it takes that weight tensor and it replicates it on all the machines, and that keeps it synchronized, right? This is a computation where we simply want to chart out the different to the different machines, but keep it synchronized. And you can see, if you do this, this is the operation, then the system knows, this here is replicated across the machines, so that means I'm going to distribute the points according to this G dimension, according to the value, and multiply it with this matrix according to this Einstein sum notation on all of the machines, and I'm going to keep this tensor in sync. Okay, so the system knows. As opposed to that, you have the split tensor right here. So the split.
En waar staat IKC voor? Want dat is misschien wel heel interessante informatie.
Ja, dat is een goede vraag. Waar staat IKC voor?
It splits a computation, here the dispatch expert inputs, it splits it according to a axis index onto the different machines, or into the different parts. So,
even kijken. Ik zie hier heel veel mensen echt onwijs hard werken en bellen en allemaal dat soort dingen doen.
And the resulting tensor's first dimension is this E dimension. And then you say that should be split, according to this first dimension, onto D different places. And these D different places are now separate. They don't have to be kept in sync. Everyone has their own weights. And now when you do this, according to this E dimension, you can see, because we know Einstein sum notation now, you can see this E appears here, and here. So this operation is going to be applied element-wise. That means independent of each other in the direction of this dimension. The system understands that since this tensor is sharded according to that dimension, I have to execute this on each of these entries in separate, on each expert having their own weight matrix right here. I hope this is a bit clear, that their system makes it super easy. You can basically do two things. You can say, this thing here is my classic parallelism, where I want to keep it in sync. And this thing here
Dat
is
is
where I want to split up and do different computation on the different parts.
We hebben natuurlijk ook een cameravrouw
And then they have
bij ons.
also a
Is die
general
dan ook
function
enigszins
that is
bekend?
more powerful.
Vraag, ja.
Yeah, they auto partition and whatnot.
Fijn dat je
So
ook
they
blij bent
have
zelf.
they have this.
Inderdaad, Malou.
We implemented the partitioner in the XLA compiler, which means that anything that can translate to XLA is a target for this system, and that's TensorFlow, PyTorch can do this. So technically, this can come to any of those systems. But of course, who has their 2,000 TPUs lying around to make use of this? But no, I'm kidding. I mean, they here use it for transformers, but I am very excited to see what people can come up with for the system. I believe a system like this, where it's super
zeker.
easy
Heel veel
to
succes daar
shard.
allemaal. En dan gaan wij hier, want we hebben natuurlijk
they talk
in
about,
deze uitzending ook nog 3
we do these single machine compilers, so the compiler is also fast and so on. I don't even want to go into this, but this is very well engineered, it seems.
Dus het is belangrijk dat je die ziet. En dat is 5.4, 5.5
They basically implement this for all of the operators.
Pagina 34.
So I'm very excited to see what people can come up with outside of the traditional applications. I think there can be new types of models developed simply because we have a system like this that makes it easier.
De tweede vraag zijn wat
So here
audiofragmenten. En bij de derde
they show a bit how this works on the example of this Einstein sum
op de Langstraat TV kijken. Maar als je op ons YouTube-kanaal kijkt, dan kun je ook even terugspoelen
which, if you remember,
en
this is the operation
zetten.
where
Kijk,
we
we hebben hier
want
ook een
to
mooi
route
overzicht
the
waarin
input
staat
to these
welke
experts. So we want to start with something that is sharded according to the batch
En welke
dimension.
pagina is het?
That means that we
Kijk, pagina
have
34.
different parts of the batch.
Kun je
on
beginnen met de
different
eerste
machines.
vraag?
Nou ja, zijn we
er al klaar voor?
We want to route this and finally end up with something that is sharded on the different experts.
Dus even kijken, ik leg even deze
So
map weer
this
weg.
is what the system does is first you have these here are the different shards. Right? You want to multiply this. As you can see,
ja, nou ja, goed,
this
laten
and
we
this
maar direct
right here
gaan beginnen, denk ik.
means that
ik kijk heel even naar... Oh, kijk, we staan
this routing table is also sharded according to the same machines. So you have the 0 is all on the same machine, the 1 is all on the same machine.
Ja, en dat is een vraag over social media.
So
en wist jij dat
de
social media, dat wereldwijd de totale wereldbevolking
is there, you want to contract according to this S dimension, right?
Is dat zelfs
Which we have omitted right here.
Ja, en dat is ook super snel gegaan. Want nou ja, ik denk dat er wel meer mensen zijn die nog wel weten in het
tijdperk
dat ooit geen social media was.
We omit the S, so this is not much of a graphic right here.
Wat is de vraag?
Then they have this reshard operation where they do, and you don't have to worry about this. So from here to here, there is this reshard operation that just shards it according to E.
Maar wij waren in ieder geval een clubje met een aantal mensen bij elkaar. En die vonden het leuk om gewoon wat filmpjes te maken en dergelijke. En uiteindelijk zijn wij ook met livestream.
I find this to be a bit more insightful.
En ja,
so if you have something like this,
er was heel veel behoefte natuurlijk aan die livestream.
Which is a regular matrix multiplication, right? but here, all of a sudden, your convolution is across two different machines. So this system, G-Shard, will adapt automatically and do these halo exchanges where it kind of sends around from this machine. It will send something to this machine such that it can do the convolution in that step and vice versa. And then this can be padded accordingly, as you can see. I think this was like super ugly to implement. If you just imagine that for each of these operations you have to think about, okay, how can I express this with these MPI primitives like dynamic slice and collective permute and so on. It's just an absolute nightmare, and I'm very happy that other people have done this, and I will probably just get to use it. scale up the number of layers, and that severely limits the computational efficiency. Even if we have, your pipeline parallelism and so on. Say training to convergence took over 6 weeks on 2000 TPU cores. That's crazy.
Ik denk dat jij ze sowieso wel weet.
But I guess,
ik weet het niet.
You
Ik was al blij dat ik lang net wist. I was
saying earlier that I always thought we were happy. I always thought we were happy in machine learning because kind of the hip science fields being biology, like genetics and machine learning. I was thought like, but these biology people, they always need like $1 million grants from government to run their experiments, and we can just sit down with a laptop. Time is over. If you start a PhD now, start applying for money to get PhD. Okay, in any case, here you can see what this does. So they compare a bunch of models right here. So this T, this is this big dense transformer that's going to be one of our baselines, and the other baseline here is going to be the zero axis. The zero axis means this is the single model for that language pair. So for each language, they trained one model only on data from that language. And that's going to be the worst thing here, because this multi-language translation in one model will generally help you if you have enough parameters. You can see all the models here have enough parameters such that the difference here, this is difference in blue, is positive. Including this baseline model right here. So the baseline model, as you can see, has 2.3 billion parameters, even though it takes that much longer to train, and that's, as we said, a function of the fact that it's dense and deep, so that hurts in training efficiency. And then you have this mixture of expert models. They always consider two things. They consider different numbers of experts. You can see it goes from 128 to 2048 experts. And they consider a different number of layers, from 12 layers to 36 layers. 36 layers still being way smaller than the 96-layer transformer here. And that's the reason why it trains faster. So it doesn't train faster. So the reason it trains faster is because it has less layers. And then the reason it has more parameters is because it has a lot of these experts. And the art here is to constrain how much these more experts hurt you. So, you could run into the same problem where if you scale up the experts, in fact, it doesn't fit into memory anymore, and it's going to hurt you a lot in training efficiency, kind of like if you increase the number of layers. But the G-shard system prevents that. It lets you up the number of experts without incurring the cost. That being said, it does not let you up the number of layers. You're going to incur the same cost if you up the number of layers as you have with the dense transformers. So does this help? It helps a lot. As you can see right here, there's a general trend upwards, and what's the x-axis? The x-axis is low resource languages. So you can see that as we go to lower and lower resource languages, this multitask training, this multilingual translation, improves significantly over the baseline where we only train a system for that language specifically. And these 10K examples, it's quite a bit, but it's not that much, especially since it's noisy data. So this is specifically good for low resource languages, but you can see also the high resource languages here benefit from the multilingual translation. And that's a function of the fact that we have large enough models. In fact, you can see the larger the models, the more the difference in blue is, and there's not really an end in sight. And they also say that they haven't seen convergence in training, so you could technically train this, forever. Yeah, you can also see that the lowest mixture of experts right here is almost on par with their big dense transformer that took so much longer to train. Right? So this lowest model right here, I believe it took... I don't want to go back, but it took hours or so, or a few hours to train, whereas this 96-layer dense transformer took these 6 weeks to train. Though, has to be said, the number of TPUs is not to be neglected, but if you're Google, you just have them laying around. What's also interesting here, and you can start seeing this, two things. First of all, you can see that the difference between here, between the dense transformer and this baseline model is very low for high resource languages, but gets larger for low resource languages. This is an indication that the dense transformer, it does more to share parameters between the languages, because it shares parameters between all the things, because all the tokens go through the same computation. So it is going to be a bit better in low resource languages, but still the general trend upwards holds even for the mixture of experts. The second thing is that you see there is a crossover here in these biggest models. And what are the big models? The blue one is the one with 2048 experts, and the green one is the one with 500 experts. They're both as deep models, but all of a sudden, over here for the high resource languages, it's still true that if you up the number of parameters, you get a benefit. So up the number of experts as well, you get a benefit. But over here, for the low resource languages, you see, it actually hurts you to up the number of experts. And that's the phenomenon exactly we talked about before. If you have too many of these experts and you do a hard routing, that means all the tokens go a different way. And that means you don't get any sharing benefit from the multilingual translation. And they investigate a lot, and they basically claim that their sweet spot of expert in their particular task appears to be somewhere in between these 2000 and this 500 expert number, where you can see it doesn't always help you to scale up the model. Though I have to say, maybe the transformers, maybe they need a ResNet moment. So I believe in computer vision, it was sort of the same problem that we tried to build deeper models and why, like, okay, this is more width, but yeah, I think there might be some breakthrough on the horizon where someone just figures out how to train these giant models, even more giant transformer models with deeper layers, and then there's a new era of transformers. However, this is not that effect. I'm sorry, I said this at the wrong place. This is not that effect. This is to show that in this case, we do benefit for the high resource languages because we increase capacity, but for the low resource languages we suffer if we up the number of experts too much, because they don't share any parameters anymore between the languages or between the different parts. Like, it's not a necessity that the different languages are going to be routed to different experts, but it's probably going to happen, right? There's no hard-coded thing that says if it's this language it needs to go there. It just probably is going to happen this way because the different languages are going to be needed to be treated differently, and therefore the system learns to route first and foremost those two different experts. Here you can see the model sizes, including this 60-layer model with 2,000 experts that they didn't manage to train. They said they had numerical instability, but that had 1 trillion parameters. I'm pretty sure they must be quite mad about this, right? Like, you have this trillion parameters, even though it's not that much bigger than the 600 billion. The trillion, it would be cool to write a paper like a trillion parameter model. But for now, they are at the 600 billion mark, and they simply want to tell you that they have actually compiled a model that's that big, just didn't manage to train it. And yeah, that's here is where I wanted to say that maybe we're waiting for the ResNet moment where all of a sudden someone figures something out that makes the training of basically infinitely deep transformers possible. Like we made the training for almost infinitely deep CNNs possible with ResNet.
En we hebben ook nog een Painted Black opdracht.
Okay, so they conclude this and so that's the investigation of what the number of experts and so on gives you. And here is a bit of a different investigation where they more care about training efficiency. So they ask themselves, how many billion tokens of input do we need to reach a given cross entropy? So here, the more tokens you need, the lower your efficiency is. You can see that the general trend is the following. If you up the number of layers, you get more efficient. You can see, and just look at this column for now, this 0.7 column. You can see it already pretty clearly. So here you go from 12 layers to 36. You gain efficiency. Here you gain, here you gain. Pretty predictable. If you up the number of layers, you need to see fewer tokens to get to the same cross entropy. And in fact, you can get to a lower cross entropy altogether at the end.